we've got a lot of Silent Hill to get through today. As said, essentially getting the UFO ending for Silent Hill 1 requires 2 full playthroughs of the game. Let's get to it. And we're going to be playing through the Duck Station emulator version. For those who have not seen the Duck Station emulation for PlayStation 1 games, or for Silent Hill in general, it's really nice. It's not perfect. There's a couple parts where having all the extra graphic settings and stuff will cause the game to crash. So there's a few moments where I've got to disable the settings, get through like a cutscene, and then I can re-enable them. Why is continue above start? 'Cause Silent Hill 1 is weird. And normally, since we're doing this from like a completely fresh start, normally if you booted this up for the first time, you wouldn't even see continue there. You would just see start and option. I had to test the emulator to make sure that stuff is working, so that's the only reason that that's there. But, so normally, starting from scratch, you'd boot up your game, you'd see your title screen, you would just have start and option. As far as options go, of course, that's always personal preference, but I figure I'll run through everything that I do from start to finish with like a fresh install or a first time playing, no memory card type of thing. There's not a whole lot that I usually change for Silent Hill 1. I usually bump up the brightness level ever so slightly. It starts at default 3. I bump it up usually to 5. It makes it a little bit easier to see in some of the darker areas, especially when you're turning your flashlight off and you're getting past enemies. So I usually bump that up slightly, and then I usually switch the walk-run control to reverse, so that by default, just pressing up on the D-pad, Harry Mason will run, and you hold down the square button by default to walk. Because there are a few situations where walking is not a bad idea. It can also help with some other stuff like quick turning more consistently. But for the most part, we want to be running. We want to be moving quickly. So outside of that, hey, what's up, Techie? Is there a special Nub Discord or a Silent Hill one? Nope. Not for this channel. I used to have a Discord, but I'm old and don't use Discord a lot. So I just kind of stopped. I deleted it. I nuked it. And I don't really have plans on using one. So, difficulty. You can actually play on whatever difficulty you like for your initial playthrough to lead up to the UFO ending. For the sake of explaining stuff and getting through it a little more quickly, if you're just trying to kind of hurry up to the UFO ending, we're going to go with easy. It just saves on ammo. It makes the enemies a little bit easier to deal with. It's going to make the final boss...
That? Who in the hell was that?
Going to make the final boss less of a pain to deal with. Steve O'Dig, thank you so much for that 35-month resub. Very much appreciate that long-time support. Thank you so much, Steve-O. But yeah, we're essentially going to be doing 2 playthroughs to get to the UFO ending. We need to do an initial playthrough and get the good plus ending in order to unlock the channeling stone, which is necessary for the UFO ending. So you can play on any difficulty and still get the good plus ending. One thing to keep in mind, because the follow-up playthrough will need to be a New Game Plus, or what's called Next Fear in Silent Hill 1, Your follow-up playthrough, your next Fear playthrough, will always be one difficulty level higher than your previous time playing through it. So if you play through on easy for your new game playthrough, your next Fear is going to be on normal. If you play through on normal, your next Fear playthrough will be on hard. If you play through on hard, there's no extra difficulty above that, so it'll just be hard mode
Who
again.
in the hell was that?
Kev Thulu, thank you so much for that resub. Using your one and only Twitch Prime right here to support me. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, let's get started. Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet, too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. Cheryl. Has anyone here ordered stuff from the official Konami shop and talked to their support? Can't seem to get any contact at all. I have not. Digital Relaxation, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. My car. Too banged up to drive. Where's Cheryl? Hope she's safe. So just kind of our usual story lead up here to the start of Silent Hill 1. Harry Mason driving to the town of Silent Hill to take a vacation with his daughter Cheryl. Sees a girl in the road, swerves to avoid her, and comes careening off the road. You can see, like, I can't even see up to where the road is. That's a pretty steep fall. Jeep comes all the way down, crashes through the fence. Harry wakes up kind of far away from his car.
What was that?
I'm guessing he just, like,
Who was that?
wound up out there in the road. Doesn't look like he got thrown from the car. Kind of weird that he's just, like, out there so far away from it when he starts. Maybe he got out and looked around first. Derparn, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Appreciate that 2 months of support. Thank you, thank you. But Harry wakes up one way or the other, discovers his adopted daughter Cheryl is missing. Street is blocked. Can't get out of town through here. More than just blocked. It's like fucking full-on caved in. So already starting to see things in Silent Hill are not normal. Things are not right. Always seen the VODs, first time catching these live. Nice. Well, welcome, Digital. Glad you could be here to catch a live stream. Oop. Emulator hitched a little bit there. That's weird. I might have to mess with settings and stuff here and there. If we run into any issues, I'm not on my usual setup. Said I'm still out here in Georgia, so I'm not on my own computer. Cyborg Rachel has been kind enough to let me use her computer to keep up with streaming and stuff. So some things might be a little bit off. Some things might still need to be tweaked here and there. We got the classic 8 mart. And once we're on our next Fear playthrough, the channeling stone is actually going to be inside this 8 mart. So for now, we can't actually go in there until we've gotten past a certain point. But it'll be very important that we remember to go in there on the next Fear. Our New Game Plus playthrough, essentially. Billskin's Fifth. Little reference on that newspaper machine to Silence of the Lambs. Isn't UFO ending only possible on New Game Plus? It is. So the whole purpose of this playthrough, Krypton, is to show how to get to the UFO ending from scratch. So if you just bought Silent Hill, you're just playing it for the first time, you don't have any save files, I'm showing
Cheryl?
how to get to it.
Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Wait, stop. Yeah, UFO ending gives you the Hyper Blaster, which can be a pretty powerful New Game Plus weapon. Although how strong it is depends on your overall ranking at the end of the game. How many stars out of 10 you actually finish the game ranking with. Apologies in advance for random expletives in the background. Rachel's on the laptop playing Dead by Daylight. And if you hear random yelling and swearing in the background, that's why. Dead by Daylight, say no more. Exactly. God, I still love this angle. Especially using, like, Duck Station. Now, there's a little bit of weirdness with some of the textures. They kind of flicker in a few parts. But Duck Station's really good at removing a lot of that, like, wobbly polygon thing that there is with PlayStation 1 games, especially on emulated PS1 games. It's got the widescreen mode, where it doesn't just stretch the game to widescreen format, it also corrects the FOV so that you're seeing everything in the proper, proportions. It's not stretching the game image, it's actually making it the correct FOV for widescreen, for 16:9 aspect ratio. So we get this nice wide shot of the alley along with that camera angle, that swirling camera angle that was so good they stole it. They did it again for the Silent Hill movie. Yeah, Duck Station, it's definitely still got some problems. It's not perfect, but the stuff that it does well, it is impressive. That's strange. It's getting darker. Better than nothing, I guess. Better than nothing? Where did you even get it? That lighter or that match or whatever you're using for fire and light? Harry never has that at any point ever again throughout this game. He picks up a lighter at one point later, but you don't get to use it like this. You don't get to use it as like a light source. And if you look in his inventory, I mean, he doesn't have shit. You can see here one of my favorite effects already kicking in. The bugs, the little flying insects that are attracted to your light. Of course, we've got a spooky, creepy wheelchair. And Vinkara. Vinkara, thank you so much for the $5. Very much appreciate that. Love the streams. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for the support that lets me do this. Thank you, thank you. How to get high ranking in this game? Get a lot of kills without missing. You don't want to waste shots missing enemies. Try not to take a lot of damage. Pick up all the items. Go out of your way to pick up all the items and finish the game without spending too much time on it. Relatively quickly. Those are the main things that you want to focus on for getting high ranks in this game. Is getting through quickly, picking up items, not taking damage, and shooting and killing enemies without missing. What's this? That's a dirty gurney. I still love this music ramp up in this alleyway so much. All that industrial banging around and the strings kicking in and swelling.
What is this? What's going on here?
So just to get out of the nightmare sequence quicker, we're just going to give in to these guys. Let them stab us in the dick until we die, so we can wake up in the diner. Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4, worth it to play? Absolutely. Absolutely. Missing with a melee weapon does not count against you. Just missed firearm shots.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett. I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this. and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen to me. Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting. And don't do it unless you have to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
She'll be back with help as quick as she can. We're not going to see Sybil again for quite a while. Great soundtrack. Oh yeah, that bass line, that very minimalistic, kind of bassy, driven song. When you're sitting here talking to Sybil, always great. Wish Silent Hill Downpour came out on PC. How can I play Downpour on PC? If you've got a pretty good computer, there is a decent PlayStation 3 emulator out now. And you could always try emulating the PlayStation 3 version of Downpour. But otherwise, I wouldn't count on it being, like, officially playable on PC anytime soon. Residential area map. Give me that. We get this nice reverse shot so we can see the window. Get a glimpse of the air screamer. There it is. Very reminiscent of Resident Evil 2. Getting that initial look at the liquor kind of crawling across the window. Someday, someone may experience these bizarre events. Hopefully, they will find my notes useful. So like I said, this is how to get the UFO ending from scratch if you don't have any previous save files or anything like that. We're essentially going to be doing 2 full playthroughs of Silent Hill 1 to get there. On this first one, we do want to make some saves along the way, just in case, especially if you're playing on an emulator or something where the game could unexpectedly crash or have issues. But we do want to make sure periodically go through and save. And, yeah. We need to focus on the good plus ending. So there's a few things we're going to need to keep in mind for the good plus ending that are going to be required to kind of pick up along the way. Some extra stuff to do, but we'll talk about a bit more about that as we get to it.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Joey Offline, thank you so much for the 5 months.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
So we get our first enemy encounter, the air screamer. If you're ready for it, just need to ready your gun, shoot it a few times. Make sure to grab the pocket radio. Won't be able to leave the diner without it. Would you recommend playing the remastered version of Silent Hill 2 and 3 or the original? Whatever version of Silent Hill 2 and 3 you can get that is not the HD collection is going to be your best option other than the HD collection. HD collection should be an absolute last resort. If you just want to play the games and you have absolutely no other way to play them. But otherwise, track down the PC version for Silent Hill 2 and 3. You can get the Enhanced Edition, which is a great set of mods for Silent Hill 2 on PC. There's also some good widescreen mods and stuff like that for Silent Hill 3. They run really well on most computers. You don't even need a very strong computer or anything to run those PC versions. Or if you can track down PlayStation 2 and PS2 copies of the games.
That? Who in the hell was that?
Even that is a fine thing to do. It's just harder to do, and it's getting pretty pricey these days. But definitely, whatever you can do that is not the HD collection. HD collection should be the absolute last resort. Nikki Minaj Alt, welcome back. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, that 2-month resub. Very much appreciate the support. Where could Cheryl have gone? Guess I'll check that alley again. Pew 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 pew. Enhance vision. Alright, we need to go to the alley on Finney Street to figure out where Cheryl went. But we don't actually have to. So from here, I said this will be a bit of a speed walkthrough, story playthrough thing. How to get the UFO ending. And since we're going to be doing 2 full playthroughs of this, we definitely want to get through a few of these things a bit quicker. So if you do go examine the alleyway, you'll find a notebook left behind by Cheryl that says "to school," just to kind of give you an idea of where you're going to be going. You're going to have to Google that and find out on your own, because I would rather not talk about that, and nobody post any links or anything like that in chat here, please and thank you. Key of Woodman. So we know that we need to get to Midwich if you go and examine the alleyway. And in order to get there, we're going to need to get through a house that is locked with 3 different locks. We're going to need to pick up 3 separate keys in order to get through that door. So this is our first one, the Key of the Woodman. And you can see somebody's been playing basketball with a dog head. So our first key is located in this alleyway. Our second key is going to be over here on South Elroy Street. So next we're going to go grab that. What's up here, Amy? So there's our Key of Scarecrow. You walk across this fallen tree. Over to the mailbox to get it. Also notice how Harry Mason just walks across that fallen tree like a boss. He doesn't have to scream shit and do like a balance beam segment like certain other Silent Hill protagonists. And next, if we run all the way down here to the end of Matheson Street, try to avoid getting kicked in the face. You know what? I forgot a key. We'll do this first, and then we'll go back and grab it. There was one more at the north end of Elroy Street in a police car. But you need to come here to the end of Matheson Street, all the way over to the left, and examine some more sketchbook pages. Doghouse, Levin Street, which gives you your hint as to which house you can actually go through to get over to the side of the town where Midwich is. And if you don't look at that paper, Harry Mason will not examine this doghouse very thoroughly. But since we checked it, he looks a little bit more thoroughly and he finds the house key hidden inside the doghouse. We'll go ahead and drop these first two keys off and then we'll go grab the third. First aid kit. Hurts to have some extra health. Not to mention picking up items will help out with our rank at the end of the playthrough, which will also affect how strong the Hyper Blaster is when you're doing your next Fear playthrough. And again, I'm going to be making saves as we go throughout, just in case the emulator decides to give out and crash, because Duck Station, it runs pretty well. It makes the game look very nice. But with Silent Hill 1 in particular, it's a bit unstable. So crashes and things can happen. And if you're playing this for the first time, you don't know where to find those keys. Once you get into this house, you can find something written on the map hanging on the wall. So keys for Eclipse are all highlighted. The red line in the alleyway, showing the alleyway where we found the one in the basketball court. The red line, or the red arrow at the top right, is the key that I didn't pick up, which is sitting in a police cruiser. And then the red circle at the bottom of Elroy Street, which is where we got the key out of the mailbox. So let's go get the one out of the police cruiser and come back and open this last lock. I always thought the roads were massive on Silent Hill 1, or is it just the fog making it seem that way? No, the roads are huge. The town and Harry's model and everything are very much not in proportion. A lot of that is to give kind of this sense of being lost. Like, everything is more spread out and more hidden by the fog rather than being closer together. But when you really kind of stop and look at it and kind of think about it, yeah, the roads are way bigger than they really should be. Oh my god. Emulator keeps hitching. Not sure what's causing that. I said I might have to fiddle around with some settings as we go. Yo, but is that 3 Dog?
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
The legend himself, come back to life. 3 Dog. 3 Dog, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody coming over from 3 Dog's stream. I hope you had a good stream, dude. Hey, what's up, Dave? And 3 Dog, thank you so much for the 43-month resub. That is a long time of support. Thank you so much, man. I said, hope your stream went well. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. You are here just in time. We've only just begun. Cosmo Krista, thank you so much for that sub. That brand new sub. Thank you for the support. Enjoy your time here. Enjoy the emotes. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, and Very Dave. Gifting out 5 subs to the community. Dark, Metropolis, Heavy Warp, Des Rambler, and Nikki Say. Enjoy the subs courtesy of Dave. Dave, that is super kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, making use of that September discount. Hell yeah. Well, I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. For anybody who's new here, I mostly focus on streaming horror games. I do a lot of in-depth playthroughs for the Silent Hill series, play a lot of Dead by Daylight, and a few other little miscellaneous things here and there. And today we are doing something kind of different, kind of special. Some of my viewers had been wanting to see the UFO endings for the Silent Hill games, and I am away from home. I recently moved to Georgia, sort of under unexpected circumstances, so I don't have my computer here. I don't have like any of my usual stuff here, so I've been setting up to stream all of the Silent Hill stuff. Cyborg Rachel has been kind enough to let me use her computer and her stream setup and stream equipment so that I can get back to streaming. And because of that, I don't have a whole lot of my notes. I don't have all my backup saves and things like that. So I figured, why not show everything that you have to do to get the UFO ending in the Silent Hill games when you're starting completely from scratch. So if you don't have any save files, if you just bought the game, you just bought yourself a PlayStation 1 and a brand new memory card, and you don't have any, backup saves, you're not downloading any saves from the internet, anything like that, what you have to do from start to finish to get the UFO ending in the Silent Hill games, at least for the first 3. We'll be doing 1 through 3 this week, and if people like it, then I'll do the same thing or similar things for the other games too. So this is just the very first playthrough. We're going to be doing 2 full playthroughs all in this one stream. So this is the initial new game playthrough that's going to be necessary to unlock the New Game Plus item that we need in order to get the UFO ending. And then we'll do a New Game Plus playthrough, which in Silent Hill 1 is called a Next Fear playthrough. So once we finish this full playthrough, we'll be doing another one to show how to actually get the UFO ending once you've got the necessary item. This game brings back many memories. I forgot the graphics look like this, though. Oh, they don't look like this. This is the Duck Station emulator that we're currently running this game on. I love it because it makes this game look beautiful.
What was that?
Most PS1 games look beautiful
that?
running on the Duck Station emulator. Dave, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the Third Storm. Going nuts with that. Thank you so much for the support, man. Third Storm, welcome. Covering that 3-month resub. Enjoy having them emotes again. Thank you for the kind words. I do have a lovely cat. I have 2 lovely cats back home in Texas. I miss them very much. But just to show you really quickly, because I will need to do this later on in order to avoid some crashes. But if we disable all of the enhancements and go back to our default aspect ratio, this is what Silent Hill 1 looks like. So that's why you don't remember the game looking the way that it did. Because it didn't look that way. It looked like this. Still good. And it has its pros and cons, you know. But I've been really enjoying all the nice settings and visual enhancements that you can do with Duck Station. So like this. Beautiful. But yeah, essentially, I'm going to be doing kind of this walkthrough series this week. We're going to be going through Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. Today, we're just focusing on Silent Hill 1. And yeah, just covering everything that you have to do to get the UFO ending from start to finish without having any extra save files or anything like that. Yeah, this the Duck Station has built-in settings to get rid of all that wobbly polygon effect that you get when emulating a lot of PS1 stuff. Which is a big part of why I love this emulator. So, what? It's getting dark again? What's going on? One day gotta do the whoosh playthrough. Oh, I've done it before, and I will do it again. At some point. Alright, so now we're on the side of Silent Hill that we need to be in order to get over to Midwich Elementary School. So that's our next goal. So far, just kind of playing through the game normally. Nothing special we need to do towards the UFO ending right now. So for this initial new game playthrough, in order to unlock the channeling stone, which is necessary for the UFO ending, we need to get a good plus ending. And essentially, for the good plus ending, we need to save Sybil later on, which is going to require picking up a Glovatus when we get to Alchemilla Hospital. And we need to do the Kaufman side quest a bit later on. But for right now, for just getting through Midwich, everything just kind of proceeds as normal. Look, it's my favorite Dead by Daylight map. Said nobody. Alright. So we pop in here into the storage room. Grab our chemical. It's actually acid. The label reads concentrated hydrochloric acid found in the lab equipment room. You know, the kind of stuff they just leave on a shelf in an elementary school. Hey, Corsair. We have the statue of an old man's hand, the fist shut tight, as if never to let go. And we need that gold medallion. We're going to dump acid on that hand. So now we have the gold medallion. Picture of a clock tower is engraved on the surface, found in the chemistry lab. Let's go take this to the clock tower out in the courtyard. So, got a spot for the gold medallion here. A Golden Sun. A good series of RPGs. I know they've remastered old games. Has Silent Hill gotten that treatment yet? Nope. They tried to do an HD collection of Silent Hill 2 and 3, and it was absolutely terrible. Otherwise, there's not been any remasters or remakes or anything like that for the Silent Hill games. There's Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which is often called a remake or a reimagining of Silent Hill 1, but it really isn't. It is its own separate thing. It's a totally different story, totally different setting, completely different game. The only thing that it has in common with Silent Hill 1 is some character names. That's about it. But they might as well not even be the same characters. They're totally different. Read a really insightful tweet the other day about how many games use the same kind of fog as Silent Hill, but only Silent Hill wrapped it up in such a way that it could become the cultural reference for foggy weather. Nobody's saying, oh, it's like we're in Superman 64. Yeah, a lot of games use that kind of fog to hide and mask loading and things like that. But yeah, Silent Hill dressed the rest of the environment up to make it work with the aesthetic of the town. Like, it became such an iconic part of the game's aesthetic that even later on in the series, when it wasn't necessary to have it and hardware was better, it was still such a staple of the look and feel of Silent Hill as a town that it's always been a part of it. Hey, Lindaroo. All right. Infamous piano puzzle. A lot of people who play this game their first time understandably get stuck on this puzzle. I got stuck on it when I was a kid playing this game the first time. That was in those early days when there wasn't even like good internet to look stuff up. So there's some blood on some of the keys. Does this mean anything? It does not, actually. Check the piano. So the only thing the blood indicates is which keys you can interact with. And it narrows it down to this little octave here. If you go through, some keys actually make a tone, and some keys just kind of give you a click. So, in order to solve this, we need to look at this poem on the wall. It's written in blood. So, the title of the poem is the first thing that gives us a clue as to how we're solving this. A tale of birds without a voice. So we're focusing on the keys that do not make a tone, just the ones that click. So that is the birds without voices. And our first paragraph, first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So they make a point of saying that it, in case you've never seen a pelican, its wings are white. It's a white bird. So we're going to be looking at white and black birds representing white and black keys. And we're focusing on the white and black keys on the piano that do not make a tone. The birds without a voice. So we just need to figure out the order of those keys. First flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So, eager for the reward and flying first, this is going to be, from left to right, the leftmost silent white key. Then came a silent dove, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So again, from left to right, we're looking at the white key that does not make a tone that is furthest to the right. So, leftmost white key, silent white key, followed by the rightmost silent white key. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. So a raven is a black-colored bird. We're going to be looking at the black key that is directly above where the dove key was. Excuse me. So the rightmost black key that does not make a tone. And then, excuse me, allergies. Messing with my throat. A swan glides in, another white bird, to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So it'll be somewhere next to another silent white key. Finally, out comes a crow. Black key, silent black key, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. So quickly to a stop. So it's going to be further to the left. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? So we have the pelican, the leftmost silent white key. So we'll just run through all the white keys. The first white key makes a tone, so we're ignoring that. The second white key is silent. So that's our pelican. A dove flew beyond the pelican as far as it could. So another white key that is as far away from the left, as far to the right as possible. The rightmost makes a tone, but the second from the right does not. So we've got our pelican, followed by our dove. A raven flies in and settles above where the dove was. So it's going to either be this black key or this black key. And the one up and to the right does not make a tone. Then we have the swan that glides in and settles next to another bird. So we know that this and this are our 2 white birds. So the outermost keys make tones, so we're ignoring those. So it's either going to be this white key or this white key. And the one to the left of the dove works. It does not make a tone, so there is our swan. And lastly, we have the crow coming quickly to a stop, yawning in the napping. So leftmost silent black key will be one of these 2 black keys. If you hit the very first black key, it is silent. And that is all of our birds in order. And so we get the silver reward. The silver medallion. Even running through and explaining that one can be difficult to grasp. And I've heard so many stories of people being stuck on that one, even looking up the solution, not understanding it. Yeah, it's definitely one of those puzzles that a lot of people got stuck on. Hey, GLK. Hey, Starshines. Hey, Grimmy. Could use some Nubs ASMR. Well, we're definitely doing some bird poem solving ASMR today. Had to use a notepad? That's what I did too, Evar. I had a notebook where I wrote down all my video game notes. I did that for the Silent Hill games. I especially had to do that for stuff like Myst and Riven. Because, yeah, it just helped immensely being able to just look and glance down at a notebook and have all your info right there. There we go. Our silver moon. Get a little bit of a music cue there. Now we need to go downstairs and power on the boiler, which is actually going to be what opens up the clock tower for us. There's a switch. You want to press the switch? I do. Can you explain the monsters in this game? Do they have story? They do. They do, Khalid. It's pretty straightforward concept when it comes to the monsters in this game. So essentially, everything that you're seeing while you're going through Silent Hill comes from Alessa's mind. Alessa's sort of tortured mind is overlapping with the reality of the town itself. So any of the manifestations, the ways the town changes and the monsters themselves, anything that is manifested, anything that is not real, is essentially a representation of something that Alessa fears. So Alessa was afraid of dogs. She was afraid of the school children that bullied her. She was, afraid of all of these different things, and they're represented through the enemies that you're seeing. Sometimes it was storybooks. She liked a lot of fairy tales and storybooks, but certain ones scared her. She was scared of dinosaurs. So that's where the air screamers come from. But the things that she likes also get represented in the manifestations. She likes Alice in Wonderland and, different fairy tales and stories like that, which are represented in a lot of the puzzles and things that we see. So essentially keeping that in mind, where everything that you see is relating back to Alessa. So we have like the creatures throughout the school representing Alessa's schoolmates that bullied her. The air screamers representing the dinosaurs from the books that scared Alessa. The dogs. So these are all things that Alessa fears being taken from her mind and made real by the town, manifested into reality. Now we take our first trip into the other world.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I don't remember this being here before.
So we're still in Midwich. We went through the clock tower, and we wound up essentially exactly where we were. But now we're in what's known as the other world. The other world is essentially still reality, but it's more of Alessa's nightmare. Instead of Alessa's nightmare having a small influence on reality, this is more nightmare than reality. It's essentially, it's described as reality and unreality intersecting. So if you could think about it like almost a tug of war between reality and Alessa's nightmare. It's never fully one or the other. It's never completely reality and no Alessa's nightmare at all. Her nightmare's always influencing reality to some degree. And it's never fully her nightmare. There's always still some semblance of reality there as well. But you go back and forth in this sort of tug of war, where sometimes it's relatively normal, but there's still creatures around, there's still the absence of people, there's still all this weird stuff going on. Roads collapsed that lead into giant voids. But then you have this, the other world, which is far more nightmare than reality. Recently watched Silent Hill 3 full story, and the monsters were actually real humans. That's why I asked about Silent Hill 1. So that is a very common misconception when it comes to Silent Hill 3. People get the real humans thing because of one line that is taken from a character who is notoriously lying to you throughout the entire game. He says, monsters, they look like monsters to you. It's a character named Vincent. And he says this just to get a reaction out of Heather, out of the main character. He's not literally saying they are not monsters, they're people. A lot of people interpret it that way because they're looking at it from a very surface level standpoint. But Silent Hill 3 is very much the same as Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 2. The creatures are manifestations. They are taken from Alessa's mind. Heather, in the case of Silent Hill 3, is Alessa, just reincarnated. Sorry, spoilers. But it's the same thing. It's the same exact thing as this plot, where There's a god that's growing inside of Heather that has essentially the power of Silent Hill. It can take what's in your mind and make it real. So it's taking Heather's fears and manifesting them into creatures. They're not people. It was a lie. Vincent is lying to you throughout the entire game. I don't know why so many people buy into the they were actually people thing. Like, why would you believe this character that is actually, like, lying to you the whole time for that one line? I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Day after tomorrow, I'm doing Silent Hill 2. Day after that, I'm doing Silent Hill 3. We'll talk about Missionary and Leonard in Silent Hill 3 when we play Silent Hill 3. We'll get more into those games when we're actually playing those games. For today, we're just going to focus on Silent Hill 1, specifically playing through and getting the UFO ending from scratch. Everything you have to do to see the UFO ending without having any other save files or anything like that. It's just that once we start getting into these other topics of discussion, those are hours-long things that we can talk about that are unrelated to this game, so it gets to be a bit much trying to keep up with all the discussion. So I try to keep it on track for the game that's being played. How many bullets does this gun have? So far, I've picked up 144. A lot of ammunition that I've picked up already. What was my favorite game before Silent Hill? I mean, I've always been really big into horror games, but before I started really getting into horror and before Silent Hill kind of became my video game series obsession, I was a really, really big fan, and still am, of The Legend of Zelda. I've even got a Triforce tattoo on my right forearm. But yeah, those are Legend of Zelda series are some of my favorite games. And before Silent Hill 1, they were some of my favorites to play and replay, especially Ocarina of Time. And one that I loved playing a lot back then was Link's Awakening. One of those kind of often overlooked Silent Hill games, Legend of Zelda games, where I absolutely loved Link's Awakening. I almost always had that with me. Whenever I was anywhere, I'd have my Game Boy and I'd have Link's Awakening, and I played through it over and over and over. What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? Hey, Phantom Cat Punch. Oh. Picture card that matches the door. And works like a key. So there's some interesting stuff with how notes work and the things that you can interact with in Silent Hill 1. And here's our first instance of it. First, we find this corpse hanging out in a bathroom stall. We get our shotgun. A hanging body. Why would somebody? Just kind of trails off. But if you look, there's also some blood on this wall here. That if you examine it, it reads, Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks. The monster lurks. What's that supposed to mean? So, in a little bit, we're going to find a book. So, there's a book called The Monster Lurks, written by Leonard Rhine. But if we don't look at this bloody writing, Harry is just like, there's a book here. There's no reason to look at it. If you look at this first, and then look at that book, Harry actually reads from it. And there's a lot of instances throughout Silent Hill 1 where this happens, where you need to find notes and things sort of in a sequence. Otherwise, Harry just won't be interested. He won't bother looking at other follow-up things. So, it's one of those interesting, like, kind of note progression systems that they don't even really do in a lot of the other Silent Hill games. It's pretty unique to this, where you need to actually look at things in order to have Harry look at everything. And if you miss anything, if you miss any of those notes, then he's just not interested. It makes a bit of logical sense. Like, okay, here's a book. Why would I bother looking at it? Oh, but if I saw the title of that book written on a bathroom wall in blood and then come across that book, you might be a bit more inclined to actually pick it up and look at it. Can't use the phone.
Cheryl!
That was Cheryl's voice. I know it. Where is she? Cheryl. So these phones that don't work suddenly works just enough for Harry to hear Cheryl's voice. And again, we're going to be kind of obviously spoiling a lot of things with this game in order to explain stuff. But by this point, there already is not a Cheryl anymore. And essentially, what happened before the events of this game start, 7 years ago, Alessa, a young 7-year-old girl who was living here in Silent Hill, was being used for a ritual by her mother. And they wanted to essentially impregnate her with their cult's god, so that Alessa would give birth to this god. And Alessa didn't want that. She didn't want to be a part of that. And the only way that she was able to stop this, Alessa has some psychic abilities, some supernatural abilities. So, out of desperation and out of fear, and almost even out of her control, just more of a reactionary thing, Alessa separates her soul into two. Because if her soul is not intact, the god can't be born from her. So she splits her soul into another being. When she splits her soul, that half of her soul that goes away from her becomes a newborn baby. Harry Mason, our main character, and his wife, Jody, were driving past Silent Hill, and they found that newborn baby, that half of Alessa's soul, just as a baby laying on the side of the road. So they pick the baby up, and they adopt it. They name that baby Cheryl. So 7 years goes by from that point where Harry and his wife Jody are raising Cheryl. At some point, Jody Mason, Harry's wife, becomes ill and passes away. And Harry falls into a pretty bad depression. Cheryl is being drawn back to Silent Hill, both by Alessa and by Alessa's mother, Dahlia. And because she's being drawn back to Silent Hill, she tells her father, she tells Harry Mason, to deal with his depression, they should go on a vacation, and they should go to Silent Hill. Which brings us up to the events of this game. Harry driving to Silent Hill with his daughter Cheryl, crashing the car. And the moment Harry crashes his car and ends up in Silent Hill, Alessa is manipulating that half of her soul again. It's no longer its own entity. It's no longer Cheryl. So all of these instances where we catch little glimpses of Cheryl, we hear Cheryl's voice, all of these moments are Alessa utilizing that half of her soul in order to get Harry to essentially help her. She needs Harry's help. Alessa needs Harry's help. And she knows that she can sort of string him along, get him to go where she needs him to go, get him to do what she needs him to do by having this image of Cheryl there to keep him going, to keep him moving forward. So we start seeing instances of that through that phone call. Cheryl's not somewhere in the town calling on a phone. Alessa is she's manipulating that half of her soul to keep Harry Mason going forward. All right. Can I ask about the fire? Was it accidental or not? That's a great question, Danmit, and I don't have a concrete answer. There's a lot of debate, and there are arguments that could be made for both. Personally, I lean more towards the fire being accidental. I think the impregnation ritual required Alessa staying alive, and that the god would grow through the power of the ritual itself and through emotional torment and pain that Alessa had already endured. I don't think that physical pain of being burned was necessary or part of the ritual. I think the boiler blowing up was a result of Alessa's psychic powers just going crazy that she was not in control of and causing that to happen. But there's a lot of fans that believe that the fire was intentional, that it was part of the ritual from the start, which There are elements in the series that sort of play with that as well. There's a lot of assumptions that have to be made for both arguments. For the fire to be a thing, you have to assume that there was a cover-up and that newspapers and things were edited and altered in order to provide that cover-up, which the cult would have enough power over the town and influence to do that. But there's also assumptions that need to be made for it being an accident. So there's no real concrete answer. And honestly, it's kind of, at the end of the day, irrelevant. It's a detail that doesn't ultimately change the story overall. And the only thing that it really throws into question is some of the later games that weren't even made by Team Silent, stuff like Silent Hill Origins, where we see the fire is intentional, Dahlia's burning her house down. So it's like, yeah, if you want to argue, did that happen? Did that not happen? In my opinion, who cares? It's Silent Hill Origins. It was almost a black comedy based on Scrubs. The people making it didn't give a shit. So fans shouldn't care that much either, in my opinion. But hey, to each their own. Phantom Cat Punch, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Very much appreciate that. So yeah, I'm sorry it's not more of like a definite answer that I can give on that kind of thing, but it is a good question. It is definitely worth bringing up. And as I said, I think there is room for both arguments. That shotgun ammo. Isn't it great that fans can still debate stuff about these games because it had such an impact on them? More than just the impact of the games themselves, but for a game, a PlayStation 1 game from 1999, to have such an elaborate story that people and fans still debate on it, like, this long after the games have come out, that there are still people who want to talk about this and discuss it and learn more about it. There's so few games that have that intricate of a story. It's such a well-written story that people still discuss it. People are still learning about it. And that's definitely, at the end of the day, the intention, Kabi-sama. The games were vague enough. Like, there's a lot of the games that are made to be solved, that are made to be figured out, and connections to be made so that you can understand the plot. But there's a lot of stuff that is meant to just not have a definite answer. There's a lot of stuff that is meant to just be left open and left vague. There's something in this locker. Nothing inside. Never mind, there's nothing in this locker. Why would you think something is in the locker? So, because I've got to do 2 full playthroughs of this for the stream, I kind of went past looking at this locker the first time before you get to the other world. And there's a cat inside the locker. You open up the locker door, a cat jumps out and runs off. Second time around, locker's banging like this. We open it up, and it's just full of blood. But ultimately, nothing in it. which is a perfect setup to then make you think you can walk away from it and hit you with that jump scare. The Silent Hill series, jump scares are really few and far between. Like, a lot of horror games in the last decade or so really rely on jump scares, where it's just jump scare after jump scare after jump scare, like your Outlasts and things like that, where it kind of that's kind of what horror games have become. Where Silent Hill is very much about the build-up. It's building things up. It's building up tension. It's this oppressive atmosphere that sort of constantly has you on edge. But it's never really throwing anything out out there directly at you. Except for when it really sets it up like this. It's very smart, and, there's a lot more thought put behind the jump scares that they do, and they don't overdo it to the point where you're constantly expecting it. I mean, part of you is constantly expecting it because of how much that atmospheric buildup is. But they don't throw them at you often enough to where you're like, oh, here's another thing. Here's another jump scare coming. And yeah, a lot of games, as said, they just kind of throw them at you left and right to the point where it becomes predictable. Can I ask why you have to do 2 runs of the game? So the purpose of the stream is showing how to get the UFO ending if you are playing the game brand new. If you don't have a memory card, you've never played the game before, you don't have any save files or anything to load up. So that's the main focus of this stream today, is how to get the UFO ending from start to finish, from a brand new, fresh start. So this is the first half of it, where you're doing your new game playthrough and getting the good plus ending, which is going to unlock an item called the Channeling Stone. You then have to do a new game plus playthrough using that Channeling Stone in specific areas to get the UFO ending. So it's going to be 2 full playthroughs during the stream. 1 new game playthrough to set up unlocking the item and everything you have to do to get that. And then a second playthrough, a new game plus playthrough, that's going to focus on where to use that item and actually get the UFO ending. How long will that take? A long time. But anybody who's new here might not be familiar with it, but for the regulars, they know I tend to do very long streams when I'm covering Silent Hill stuff. It's very common to do like 12 to 15 or more hour playthroughs all in one sitting to cover stuff. So here's this book. What's This? The Monster Lurks is the book's title. So because we looked at the bloody writing in the bathroom stall that mentions the monster lurks earlier, Harry Mason will actually read this book. If you skip that text, if you don't examine the bloody writing on the bathroom wall, Harry will just be like, there's a book here. And he doesn't actually read it. And this is an important book. This goes back to talking about that fire situation. Essentially, was Alessa burned intentionally or unintentionally? Well, This is one of our pieces of evidence. Chapter 3, Manifestation of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions, like fear, worry, or stress, manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So, it's a book explaining how fear and negative emotions in the right people, specifically adolescent girls like Alessa, who already has latent psychic abilities, those negative emotions can manifest themselves into physical energy. She can affect things in the real world, in the physical world, as a reaction to negative emotion. And I would imagine for a 7-year-old girl being forced into a ritual by her mother in order to be impregnated with a god would be feeling a lot of negative emotions. And thus there would be a reaction, a physical pushback caused by that and enhanced by her psychic abilities, which I would say is most likely where the soul splitting occurs. And it's where, personally, I believe the fire originates from. That physical pushback from those negative emotions during the ritual caused the boiler to explode, caused the fire to happen, gives Alessa the opportunity to split her soul. It halts the ritual from being completed. To me, that makes sense. That fits. But again, some people argue that the fire was always intended to be part of the ritual, and there's just as much evidence for both sides. It's very left up to the player and their imagination, how they connect things. Here we get another book, a storybook, and it is some foreshadowing to our first boss fight and how to kill that boss. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws opened wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So Harry remembers reading this as a child. You could somewhat make the assumption here that if Harry read this book, he may have read it to his daughter. Or had it, and, Cheryl found it and read it. And if Cheryl has this book in her mind, and then her soul is here in Silent Hill, being manipulated by Alessa once again, anything that Cheryl knows, Alessa would know. And anything that Alessa knows can be taken from her mind by the power of the town and made real, which would explain the book actually being here. Would Alessa be about the same age as Harry? Not even close. Alessa, at this point in the timeline, would be 14. 7 years ago, she was 7 years old. So at this point, when he came back with Cheryl, that half of her soul, Cheryl herself, was 7 years old, and Alessa would be about 14. All right, so we need another key to be able to get through here. We'll have to come back. Some interesting things of note. I'm going to have to come back up here with some other key items to actually kind of solve this puzzle. But we see these seals. There was one in the courtyard when we first got to the Otherworld version of Midwich, and we see a few of them up here on the roof of the school. So when we were in the first iteration of Midwich, there were some enemies out in the courtyard. Some of those mumblers, the little gray children-like enemies. But once there was the transition to the Otherworld, there was a seal of Metatron there in the courtyard, and there were no enemies there anymore. Now, up on the roof, we can see again, no enemies, and the presence of the seal of Metatron. This is another one of those instances where you need to sort of read between the lines and not just believe what characters tell you in these games. Because you have Dahlia Gillespie, who we're going to meet later, Dahlia being Alessa's mother, who's very similar to Vincent in Silent Hill 3. She's lying to you to get you to play along with what she wants. And she tells Harry that these seals are the mark of Samael, that these symbols are bringing about the nightmare and bringing about the Otherworld, when in actuality, it's the complete opposite. Alessa is using the seal of Metatron to try and hold back the nightmare, which is why we see areas where the seal is there, there's no enemies. It's something of a safe place. Because Alessa is using those seals to actually push back at the Otherworld and try to keep it from spreading. And over time, throughout the game, Alessa's power is weakening. She's burned. She's been essentially in a coma, living a nightmare for the last 7 years. And her powers are weakening. So this is her last-ditch effort to try to push back at the Otherworld and keep it from spreading. But as the game goes on, we're going to see enemies in places where the Seal of Metatron is, because it's not as powerful anymore. As Alessa's power weakens, so does the power of the seal itself. Also, a visual thing that I love to point out is these rain effects. There's actual dynamic rain effects for this PlayStation 1 game from 1999. There are modern games that come out that don't have dynamic rain effects like these, where you can see the rain hitting like concrete surfaces and it leaves a little splash, like the ground is wet and it's hitting and leaving that little ripple. But when it lands on the metal grating, the droplets build up and they sort of hold there for a moment before dripping down off of the metal grate. There's also some instances later where we'll see the rain hitting dirt and it'll leave like a little dark spot, a little wet spot in the dirt that then gets absorbed into the dirt and sort of fades. And it'll do all of these effects all at the same time in certain areas. where the rain has a different effect based on the texture, based on the tile that it falls onto. Silent Hill Downpour, a game about the theme of water and rain, does not have dynamic rain effects as good as Silent Hill 1, a game that came out 14 years before it. I just gotta point that out. All right. Let's go get some things. Go get some things and do some stuff. Need this pink rubber ball. Hey, Chope is back. Just wanted to say, watched your VODs on YouTube and was so happy to find someone enjoyed, played, and analyzed the Silent Hill games, which were my favorite horror games when I was younger. And since I was more or less a kid when I played through the first 3, I didn't get a bunch of the stuff that you explained so well. So thank you. I'm excited to catch you live. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad that you can be here for the live stream. And for anybody who did come over from YouTube, let me take a moment and pull up my playlist here on Twitch. So the YouTube stuff, I did my own YouTube channel for a very brief period. I got fed up with how YouTube works. It's a pain dealing with all of the content ID, auto flag, and copyright stuff. So I gave up on running my own YouTube very shortly after starting it. Instead, now there is a channel on YouTube called Sci-Fi Guy that is run by one of our longtime viewers and supporters, Dorian House. And he goes through and archives some of the story playthroughs and things like that. But what gets archived on YouTube is a very small fraction of what I have here on Twitch. I've been doing these Silent Hill in-depth playthroughs since 2015, and I do them pretty regularly. So I've got a playlist here on Twitch with all of those archived streams from over the years, and it's almost 400 hours long. 400 hours long. So this link that I just put in chat is a link to the archive here on Twitch. It has everything that's on YouTube, plus a ton of stuff that has never been on YouTube. Basically everything that I've done over the years with Silent Hill. Anything major as far as story playthroughs and challenge playthroughs and things like that. 400 hours. And we're going to be more than 400 hours when I'm done doing these UFO playthroughs. Alien Green 369 with the gift sub to Chope is back. Chope is back. Enjoy the sub. Enjoy those emotes. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you could make it. And yeah, if you, as said, for you or for anybody else who only knows about the stuff on YouTube, definitely check out that link. I'll put it here in chat once again for anyone who missed it. You can watch all of my archived Silent Hill stuff right here on Twitch. By the time I'm done with these playthroughs, it's going to be well over 400 hours over the next 3 days. So, tons of stuff covering every game in the series. Even the weird side stuff. Play novel, it's in there. Arcade game, it's in there. Book of Memories, it's in there. PT, it's in there. Everything. Except for, I guess, the pachinko game. which the Pachi slot playthrough might happen sometime, because now I live in a house where there is one. So I'll talk to Mr. An Eternal Enigma about that. All right. Take a look here. There's a hanging key just out of reach. We need that key. Nothing special. There's a hole. And if we try to turn the valve in order to get water to flush that key down the pipes, it'll just drain through this hole unless we use the rubber ball and block it. And now there's a drainage valve that we can open. The water will move past the first hole into the second hole and flush that key down into the courtyard. Hey, Mongoose. Do you think a new Silent Hill game should have a joke ending, like the fake ambulance ending? Sure. I don't see why not. I think adding a little bit of levity to a Silent Hill game, something that's usually pretty serious and pretty depressing content and story matter, having something like a joke ending or that's a little bit more lighthearted as part of that, I think is a good idea. I think it's a nice balance to things. Now, I do feel very strongly that it should always be something that requires at least one, preferably more, playthroughs of the game normally before you can see any sort of a joke ending. Because you have, like, Silent Hill Homecoming as an example. In Homecoming, your very first time ever playing Homecoming, just by playing the game normally, depending on the choices you make, you can get a joke ending. You can get a jokey UFO ending on your first playthrough, just by accident, just by making choices. So, and it's not obvious that the choices you're making are like leading to a joke ending. They're reasonable choices that a lot of players would probably make. So you go through this whole game, you're building up all this story, you're waiting to get to that ending to see how it all comes together, and then a UFO shows up. And Wheeler comes out and goes, "I knew it!" And that's your ending. After a 12-hour playthrough or whatever. That should never be the case. That should never be a thing. You should always have to play the game normally, at least once, and get like a regular ending, a satisfactory ending to your story, and then be able to go back for the people who really want to invest more time into the game and play it more. Have the joke ending as an extra thing. Hey, Garland. Found Nub through Sci-Fi Guy on YouTube. Been watching the VODs. 10 out of 10 worth. First time seeing live too. So exciting. Well, welcome. I'm glad so many people could find the stream, catch some live Silent Hill playthroughs. And as said, I'll be doing some more of this throughout the week. So today we're focusing on Silent Hill 1. Going through everything from start to finish, what's necessary to get the UFO ending in this game. And then tomorrow, we're going to do the same thing for Silent Hill 2, from start to finish, everything you've got to do to get the UFO ending, with no backups or previous saves or anything. And then the day after that, Silent Hill 3, same thing. From start to finish, everything you need to do to to get to the UFO ending. So it does require multiple playthroughs of like every game. But they're going to be pretty long streams because we're still talking about the story, we're still watching all the cutscenes, but we're also sort of using it as a walkthrough. So if anybody was playing Silent Hill 1, 2, or 3 for their first time, they don't have any backup saves, they don't have anything like that. It shows you from beginning to end exactly what you have to do to watch the UFO endings. Not on my home computer. I don't have a bot. I need to set all that up again. Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is my favorite Silent Hill game. It's very, very close between Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. But 2 is overall ultimately my favorite Silent Hill game. It's very, very well written. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's a self-contained story, so you don't have to play any other Silent Hill games to understand 2. Like, 3 is very good. In a lot of ways, I would say 3 is better than 2 in many ways. But to really get the most out of 3, you also have to really understand and play Silent Hill 1. Whereas Silent Hill 2, you can just play Silent Hill 2 and understand the story, get the full impact of the plot, the characters, the atmosphere is super good, the monster design is amazing. There's so much to it. So much to Silent Hill 2 that just makes it such a good psychological horror experience. Just kind of cleaning things up now. I think. Grab some more ammo. There we go. I need to get the other staircase. Thing you don't really like about Silent Hill 3 is how they did Harry. They could have at least let us play as him for a little, give him some investment into him before killing him off. On the one hand, I kind of agree, just because I love Harry Mason as a character, but from the context of Silent Hill 3, in order to put you into that same sort of mind frame as Heather, he had to die the way that he did. You need to be on the same page as Heather when she is like, I fucking hate you. When she begins feeling that hatred towards Claudia for what she did, which is exactly what Claudia wants. But in order to get the player to be on that same page, to feel what Heather feels. They had to do him dirty. They had to do him dirty. Alright, so a few last minute supplies here. Then we have the turnstile puzzle. There's no note or hint or any clue to actually solve this. It's just trial and error. Watching it spin and seeing how the bars line up. But if you want just kind of an easy way to remember it, you turn the right valve to the left twice, the left valve to the right once, and it'll always open for you. Now we have our first boss. Split-head lizard. Nub Baw himself. Just like the book says, we need it to open its mouth so that we can shoot into that soft, squishy inside maw. So you shoot the outside a few times, and he'll start trying to eat you. Open up the maw and get shot. This is easily one of the most dangerous bosses in the series, because one little mistake, if you mess up your movement, if you don't shoot quickly enough, this boss will one-shot kill you on any difficulty. If you're inside the mouth when it closes its maw, you're dead.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Where am I? This is a boiler room. What's going on here? There's a K. Gordon key. K. Gordon. It's actually a reference to Kim Gordon, the lead singer of the band Sonic Youth. I hear a church bell, maybe. Who's ringing the bell? But apparently the director for Silent Hill, for the first game, was a big fan of the band, the Sonic Youth. And he put in a few little references here in the school in the names of the teachers. So our list of teachers, K. Gordon, that's it. I'll note the address down on the map. So now we have our next place to go. Once we step outside, we can look at the town map. And you can see Kay Gordon. Her house is marked there on the bottom left. And the Balkan Church, which is where that church bell is ringing. So that's ultimately where we need to get to. But, of course, the roads are going to be blocked. So we need to go through Kay Gordon's house. Commissioner Gordon. Batman. Oh yeah, and of course, we've got to look at the kindergarten cop bus. Just because I haven't mentioned it up to this point already. The developers needed something to base their typical American school on. They're all native Japanese developers, so they had to do some research to figure out what does a typical elementary school in the United States look like. And their point of reference to do that was the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Kindergarten Cop. So the bus, the design of Midwich, the outside of Midwich, the stairs leading up to the front door of Midwich, all of that is directly lifted from Kindergarten Cop. Wonder why this PS1 game can have so many items in the inventory, but the Resident Evil games have to make you store a lot of items in the box. Just, they're very different games, and they have a different flow to their gameplay. Like, Silent Hill, the challenge comes from exploring this massive, massive town, finding your way through it, and gathering up all these like clues and puzzle items and things that you're putting together and kind of solving as you go through it, with less of the focus on combat. Like, the combat is there, but it's obviously kind of a secondary thing. With Resident Evil, those games would be insanely easy if you didn't have the limitations put onto the inventory. And even the Silent Hill games experimented with that. When you get to Silent Hill 4, they wanted to make Silent Hill 4 something really different from the way the first three games were. And with Silent Hill 4, they do that exact same thing. You've got an inventory box in your apartment, and you've got a limited inventory. So you've really got to pick and choose what things you pick up and take with you, and you have to sort of figure out when is it more beneficial to go back to your room. Because you also needed that element of backtracking. You needed to revisit areas. Resident Evil sets up a lot of scares and a lot of good story elements through that, where you're going from where you are to a new place, and you find an inventory box. And you're like, great. You explore some more of the mansion or whatever. And then eventually you're like, well, my inventory's full. I found some more things. I need more ammo. I'm going to go back to this inventory box. So you go back through an area that you've already cleared out that feels safe. You get to your inventory box. You go explore some more. You do some other stuff. You get to another point. I need to go back to that box. You start going back to that box, but then suddenly you run into another character, or suddenly Nemesis jumps through a window. Like, they take the areas that feel like you've cleared them out, that feel like they've become safe, and then turn them against you to sort of make you uneasy, to make you fearful. So It's just very different. The games approach inventories in different ways for different reasons. And both of those systems work for their respective types of games.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Drew Zilla, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Planning to stream some games like Fatal Frame 2 and 3 in the future? Possibly this October. So every October, whenever I'm streaming, October is usually my month where I kind of take a break from my usual stuff. So I'll take a break from Dead by Daylight, take a break from Silent Hill, and catch up and play a bunch of other horror games that I don't usually get around to streaming. I've already played Fatal Frame 1 and 2 on stream, but it's been a long time since I've done those games, so I might go through those this October. I've played Fatal Frame 3 on my own a long time ago, and I never actually finished it. I got very close to the end and never actually finished it. So I might actually go through and do a Fatal Frame 3 stream, and then after Fatal Frame 3, I've not played any of the other Fatal Frame games, so I may go through those. I'm planning on playing Tormented Souls. I'm planning on doing my first playthrough of Resident Evil Village. I'm planning on doing my first playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake. So a lot of horror games, whatever I can get to. I've got a big pile of horror games that I've been meaning to get to outside of my usual Silent Hill and Dead by Daylight stuff. So October is the month where I try to get through all of them. But yeah, might get some Fatal Frame in there as well. There is something else in October. October 9th. There's a few other things going on in October. So, October 9th is the 10-year anniversary of this Twitch account. I have been Nub Zombie on Twitch since October 9th, 2011. So it's been 10 years since I've been on Twitch. So October 9th, we'll be doing like a 10-year anniversary stream. I won't really be playing a whole lot. We're going to be doing some very different stuff. We're going to be watching old VODs. We're going to be watching old clips. I'm going to do a pizza party. Essentially, we're going to just sit there and eat pizza because that line is great in Silent Hill 2. So we're literally just going to sit and eat pizza on stream. We're going to talk to some friends. We'll have Cyborg Rachel on. We might have an Eternal Enigma come by and hang out and chat for a while. We might get some people on Discord to hang out and chat for a while. Hemi, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs out to the community. Cherchez La Femme and Big Jeans 420. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy the emotes. Hemi, thank you so much for that support. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of different stuff October 9th. Just to celebrate 10 years being on Twitch. And October 11th is Cyborg Rachel's birthday. So there's a good chance I might be joining Rachel over on her channel for something on the 11th. Or we may do something special together on my channel. We need to figure all that out still, but a couple of important dates. Things to remember in October. October 9th is my 10-year anniversary on Twitch. So yeah, I said it'll be interesting. We'll be doing something kind of different that day. But then the rest of October, we'll be catching up on horror games, stuff I've been meaning to play, stuff I have yet to play, stuff I haven't played in a long time, all that stuff. Lots of stuff. Thank you again, Hemi. Very much appreciate it. So, I was talking about how I'm playing Silent Hill 1 for this stream earlier. We're using an emulator called DuckStation, which, for the most part, is a really good emulator. It makes the game look really nice. You've got these really good widescreen mods so that you can have it run at widescreen resolutions. It doesn't just stretch the game. It actually adjusts the FOV so that all the FOV and everything stays in the correct proportions, while also making the game widescreen. You can bump the internal resolution up super high. I just have it up to 1080 right now, but you can bump it all the way up to like 4K and beyond. And, I can't. Even if I did that, it doesn't really translate over to Twitch, so I just kind of bump it up to 1080. But still, you can jack up that internal resolution super high and everything looks super sharp and crisp. All the textures and things blend a bit better. You can get that close color palette, that better color palette for the game overall. It's got a feature to remove that sort of wobbly texture thing that happens with PS1 games, so that everything sort of looks more static. A lot of really good features on DuckStation. However, for some reason, this cutscene here, when we first meet Dahlia, breaks DuckStation. If you have any sort of enhancements turned on, this cutscene causes the emulator to crash. So, there's a few points in the game. There's like 2 or 3 different parts of the game where the emulator, just for whatever reason, freaks out during a cutscene if you have any sort of enhancements turned on. So, before we go meet Dahlia, we're going to go back to old school graphics for a bit without any of the settings turned on. Boom, we're back in 1999 now. On our PlayStation 1, on our CRT TVs, so that we can meet Dahlia. And then once we get through the Dahlia cutscene, I'll turn all the fancy schmancy settings back on.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something? Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Flauros.
What? What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late.
Wait! Don't go yet!
So once again, we've got Dahlia straight up lying to us about what things are and what they do. She mentions the Flauros as being a cage of peace, that it is a tool used to break through the darkness, and it does the exact opposite. The exact opposite. Where the Flauros ultimately is used to break through Alessa's spell, because Dahlia needs to get to Alessa. She knows that Alessa's soul is about to be reunited, and that she can finally complete her ritual. She's been waiting for 7 years. She can finally complete this ritual to birth this god using her daughter as a vessel, but she needs to break through her psychic barrier. And she needs Harry to get close to Alessa with the Flauros to be able to do that. So she lies to us about what it is. And gives us a drawbridge key so that we can continue forward. Or a doorway to Hellraiser. A little bit. It's a little bit of a lament configuration feel to it. Pyramid-shaped object found in the church. Purpose and use unknown. Well, Dahlia told us what its purpose and use was. But apparently that doesn't go into the description. It's unknown. And what have we over here? Could it be Bible? Not a Bible. Not it's a Bible. Bible. It's Bible. It's bread. I know everybody loves Bible, but personally, I'm a fan of Jesus Pixel Nipple. This is my favorite thing in the church, right here. Big old portrait of Jesus. You can clearly see the pixel that is his nipple. That is Jesus and his pixel nipple. Sorry if you answered this, I didn't get to see it. Are you using the DuckStation core? These settings look nice. Yep, we are running this on DuckStation. With a lot of different settings. I said it looks very nice. There's a few points in the game where I have to turn the enhancements off to avoid crashes. There's another one actually coming up here at the drawbridge, where I'll have to bump it down again. But other than it's 3 points. 3 points throughout the game where it'll crash if you have enhancements enabled. It's that meeting cutscene with Dahlia. It's the drawbridge cutscene after you use the key. And it is the Lisa cutscene right before we go into Nowhere at the end of the game. So as long as you bump everything, turn off all your enhancements and stuff for those parts, everything else runs and looks amazingly great. Yeah, now we're at the drawbridge. The Orage Bridge control room. Which is another interesting musical reference. Genesis P. Orage, who is a musician who is part of a collaboration called Psychic TV, which Psychic TV is also used as a reference in Silent Hill 1. The drug that the cult is making out of a flower called White Claudia is made into a drug called PTV, which itself is a reference to Psychic TV. And we see later on in Nowhere, there's boxes in the Nowhere version of Alchemilla Hospital that say Psychic TV on the side of them. Yes, and Throbbing Gristle, the other big Genesis P. Orage music project. But once again, for this, we need to bump all these enhancements off just until we get through this drawbridge cutscene. Does Alessa act like a sort of vessel for the spirits to enter her, allowing her to use some power to distort and control? It's not made super clear. Like, the general idea around Silent Hill, that the best understanding we can get from what we learn about the history of the town and things like that from the first 3 games. I only really take the first 3 games into consideration because those were made by like the same people, same directors, same writers, same artists, where they all had kind of the same idea for what the town is, how the power works, and all of the stories and stuff involved. And then you get to Silent Hill 4, which had some of the same people, but it was mostly kind of a B team, and they were intentionally trying to make something different. And then everything from Origins and onward was made by completely different developers, totally unrelated from the original Team Silent. So just looking at the first 3 games, the idea that we get is that where Silent Hill, the town, is located was a very prominent spiritual place for Native American tribes that lived there hundreds of years ago. We learned that there was a different town in this area before Silent Hill that just vanished without a trace. And then Silent Hill was settled where that original town had disappeared from. So the spiritual power has just always been there, as far as we know, as far as history goes back that the games are willing to tell us. It's just been there. We don't know if it was necessarily always a bad thing, because it's described as being just a spiritual force to the native tribes that lived there. So for them, it was their ancestors. It was the spirits of the trees. It was the spirits of the rivers, the lake, the rocks, you know, nature and ancestors and everything around it was this made up of this spiritual power. But at some point, most likely when it was settled, it became corrupted, more twisted, more evil, if you want to call it that. Alessa is inherently psychically gifted. We don't know if that's because of the influence of the town itself or being born here, if it's the spiritual power affecting her, or if she just naturally was born with psychic abilities. But essentially, she's already got some psychic power. She's already able to do certain things. Whether she's intentionally doing them or not is another story. But yeah, it's basically a combination of these things. That this spiritual power is sort of working through Alessa. That her psychic abilities probably draw it more to her. Not to mention her ties to the cult, which is this religion that has been a part of the settlers in Silent Hill for hundreds of years. So she's involved with the cult. She's involved with a ritual. So you've got the town and its power going into Alessa's mind, taking things from her mind and making them real. And due to the circumstances of the ritual, Alessa has essentially been living a nightmare. She's been more or less in a coma, in a nightmare, for the last 7 years. And this spiritual power that can go into your mind and take these things and make them real is taking things from Alessa's mind, this child who's living this nightmare, and blanketing that nightmare out onto the reality around her. So everyone is experiencing the same thing. It's one of the big things that a lot of people tend to get wrong about the Silent Hill series overall, including some of the developers for the later Silent Hill games. Silent Hill is not just a town where anybody goes there and you get your own personal hell, your own personal visions of things. They treat it like purgatory. They treat it like, anybody who goes there, it takes your deepest fears or whatever and makes them real. That's what they did for Silent Hill 2, which is a very, very different thing. It's very standalone, and the power and everything is treated differently from the other games that Team Silent made. So, with Silent Hill 1, Harry is not here living his personal fears. The town is not taking Harry's mind and his fears and things that he feels guilty about and making them real. It's all Alessa. Alessa's nightmare is what Harry sees. Alessa's nightmare is what Dahlia sees. It's what Sybil sees. It's what Kaufman sees. They see the same monsters. They see the same town. When thing turns dark and weird, they all see it. When things are rusty and foggy, they all see it. It's all the same stuff. Everyone's experiencing the same shifts of reality that are happening. It's all coming from Alessa. Silent Hill 2 was a very different thing. Silent Hill 2 was much more an individual character study. All these little characters, James and Angela and Eddie, were seeing their own personal sort of perspectives on things that are made real by the town. But that's very different from the way the town acts in 1, very different from the way things are in 3, 4. So 2 is the one that actually stepped aside and did something very different. But for Silent Hill 1, everything stems from Alessa. The town is basically taking this poor tortured little girl's nightmare and blanketing that onto reality. But then everything after Team Silent disbanded, once the game started going to other developers, all the Western games essentially just sort of copy Silent Hill 2, because by that point Silent Hill 2 was the fan favorite. It was the most successful in the series, so they kept trying to copy that formula. So that's why you get so many games where it's just like, you have a protagonist, they did something bad, they don't remember. That's Origins, that's Homecoming, that's Downpour. Just over and over and over. Everyone sees their own version of things in Silent Hill. Again, they copy that formula, do it over and over again. even though that was very, very different from how the series started and what Team Silent sort of had in mind, where they wanted to do something different with Silent Hill 2. And unfortunately, the thing that they did different wound up becoming the thing that was popular. So them trying to do something different turned into what the rest of the series became, essentially. And the way that you say that, Omaru, as to kind of compare that analogy, you said, so Silent Hill 2 is the season of the witch of the franchise. Yes, if all of the Halloween movies after Season of the Witch kept doing Season of the Witch. Like, imagine if Season of the Witch was way more popular than Halloween 1 and 2. So that every Halloween movie we got after that wasn't about Michael Myers. It was all different stories. It was all Season of the Witch style stuff. Because that, you know, in this scenario, that would be like the more popular one. That's what they just kept copying. So, even in that kind of analogy, it doesn't quite work. Because, yeah, obviously they go back to what was popular in the first place. Michael Myers. Anyway. But, yeah, not an easy question to answer. Because how the town power works, how long it has been that way, how it's affecting Alessa are a lot of those sort of details and things that they're relatively vague. We don't always get direct answers. And honestly, that's for the better. It's why this series is still talked about, why there's still such a dedicated fan base to these games, still talking about them and discussing them decades later. It's because there's so many things like this that are difficult to explain. There's lots of ways to interpret it. Okay. Now that we're past that, we can turn our graphics back up. And we are set until the end of the game. Well, there's still 2 more parts where it'll crash. There's a part in the right after the scene with Sybil in the amusement park. We've got to turn the graphics down again because that's what leads into the Lisa cutscene that crashes it. So at that point, we'll have to bump it back down. But until then, we get our nice graphics. I love the super industrial soundtrack to this game. Just want to point out, since we're talking about some of the other games in the series, like the later Western games, some of them kind of try for, like, at least keeping the town and certain aspects of that close to the originals. So in Silent Hill Origins, after Travis Grady rescues Alessa from the fire, he wakes up on a bench that would be right here, where this road is collapsed and gone. Travis wakes up on a bench right here, which is right around the corner from Alchemilla Hospital, which is where you first go in Origins. And as we approach, we hear gunshots. Time to meet the Alchemilla Hospital director, Michael Kaufman.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here?
What was that? Who in the
I'm
hell
Dr.
was
Michael
that?
Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out, this time of year. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
So there we have Michael Kaufman. A lot of stuff to kind of talk about with his introduction. He obviously seems, somewhat concerned. He knows something's gone seriously wrong, but he's also not letting on everything that he knows. Clearly he knows more about this situation, but he's just kind of trying to get out of there. We see that he's in here with a monster, with an air screamer. We heard the gunshots outside, and as we came up the hallway, that was him shooting at this monster. He even takes a shot at Harry. Good thing he's a terrible shot. But again, that kind of scenario we were talking about before with how Silent Hill 2 plays with people's perspectives. Same two people don't see the same monsters. They don't see manifestations the same way. Whereas with Silent Hill 1, the way things originally started, this is a Les's nightmare affecting reality, affecting the town itself. So he sees that air screamer the same way Harry sees this air screamer. Although it's interesting seeing it in here that there's not a broken window. In the diner, the first one we fight breaks in through a window. Window's not smashed. They don't normally appear indoors. They don't spawn interior anywhere else for us. So it's kind of a weird, unique situation that Kaufman's even got this air screamer inside his office with him here. And of course Kaufman mentions the snow, since that topic is coming up in chat, and Chope brought it up. We'll talk about that a little bit. It is snow. It is snowing. It's weird that it's snowing. It's out of season for snow. But it is snow. The whole coal mine fire thing, the town is being covered in ash, all comes from the movie. That all started with the Silent Hill film. It's not ash. That's thanks to Roger Avery. Roger Avery is the guy who wrote the Silent Hill movie. Roger Avery grew up around a place where there were mines and where he knew about Centralia. Centralia, Pennsylvania, this town that famously has the coal mine fire that's still burning. The town was abandoned. It still has cracks in the road and smoke and ash and things to this day. All of that is from the movie. That's Roger Avery. He was using his influence of this town, Centralia, that he grew up near. He knew all the stories about it, and he wanted to use that inspiration of Centralia for his interpretation of the town of Silent Hill in the movie. It was strictly for the movie. There's never been a coal mine fire in the Silent Hill games, in the original games. Now, here's where it starts getting complicated, because if it was just that, you could always separate the two. You could just say, well, this is the movie world version of Silent Hill, these are the game world versions of Silent Hill, and they're different. But then you have fucking Homecoming, where the devs were basically making Silent Hill the movie the game. So you've got Homecoming, which introduces the coal mine fire and the cracked streets and the smoke and the ash as being part of the town. Because Homecoming takes a lot of its inspiration from the movie. But just to set that straight right now, the original Team Silent, when they were making Silent Hill 1, they were making all the original Silent Hill games, they didn't give a shit about Centralia. They never mentioned anything about Centralia. Centralia was never an inspiration to the Silent Hill games. It was strictly an influence to Roger Avery when he was writing the script for the first Silent Hill movie, that then had cues taken from it to be part of Homecoming. So, there you go. Centralia is not Silent Hill, unless you're talking about the fucking movie, which is all thanks to Roger Avery. Although, to be fair, isn't it Shepherd's Glen that has the coal mine fire in Homecoming and not Silent Hill either? Nope, it's Silent Hill. It's when you get to Silent Hill. You finally leave Shepherd's Glen, you get on the boat, you get attacked by the guys in the mining suits. Alex Shepherd wakes up in Silent Hill next to the water, and if you examine the boats that are on the water, Alex says they're filled with ash. And then you're walking around the actual streets of Silent Hill at that point, the prison, the power center, all that stuff. That's where all the cracks in the road are. That's where the steam is coming out of the cracks. Like, it's when you get to Silent Hill. Yeah, Shepherd's Glen, unfortunately, like, they made it look so similar between Shepherd's Glen and Silent Hill that it's easy to mix the two up. But yeah, that was all Homecoming. That was all Roger Avery. Who, yeah. Yeah. Little bit of a side note about Roger Avery. He killed people. At least a person, if I am remembering the news story correctly. So Roger Avery, the guy who made, anytime you hear anything about Centralia being related to Silent Hill, the coal mine fires, all that shit, that all comes from the movie. That's all Roger Avery's fault. Roger Avery got drunk and crashed into a fucking car and killed somebody and went to jail for it. He's been out now for several years. This was like early 2000s, mid 2000s. But yeah. He's a drunk driving piece of shit that actually killed somebody. And also ruined Silent Hill discussion. So, what's the real tragedy here? Yeah. On that note, before we continue on with the... Yeah, in conclusion, fuck Roger Avery, pretty much. So before we continue on with the story, we're kind of at a decent stopping point here before we start exploring Alchemilla Hospital and going back through Silent Hill 1's storyline. Again, this is going to be a long stream. We're going to be doing a full New Game Plus playthrough after this. So we're doing a full New Game playthrough, getting the Good Plus ending. Then we're doing a Next Fear playthrough right after that to show how to get the UFO ending. So thanks everybody who's been watching and keeping up so far. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, grab another drink, eat a little bit of food, and then we will be back with a whole lot more Silent Hill 1 tonight. We've still got most of this playthrough and then the follow-up New Fear Plus, New Game Plus playthrough after to get through. So it'll be a long one. But I'll be back in a few minutes, and we will continue on with Alchemilla Hospital. Clarden, thank you for the 3 months, by the way. Very much appreciate it. And everybody who's been subbing, resubbing, gifting subs, bits, donos, follows, and just chilling and enjoying the stream. All the engaging chat questions. I really appreciate you all being here, being a part of this as always. So thank you all so much. And as I said, I'll be back in a couple minutes for some more Silent Hill 1. right. Ready to get back to it? Some more Silent Hill. Covering the UFO ending and all the requirements if you're playing a fresh start, first time playthrough, and you're trying to get the UFO ending. Covering everything you need to do from start to finish, which does require 2 full playthroughs. We're still working on the first playthrough. We just got to Alchemilla Hospital, heading towards the Good Plus ending, which is necessary to unlock the channeling stone needed for the UFO ending once we do our New Game Plus playthrough. Oh yeah, and Anonymous dropped a big 5 gift sub bomb while I was eating some delicious pasta. Pyrical, Lyrical Panda, Gimless, Millis Pharaoh, and NT1 Evolution. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy the emotes. Courtesy of an anonymous, amazing person. Thank you so much for the support. Whoever you are, mysterious stranger. Oh yeah. Got some food in me. Blackened chicken penne with poblano peppers, tomato, cream sauce, Monterey Jack cheese. Ah, so good. Very good. But now we are in Alchemilla Hospital. We've met the director, Dr. Michael Kaufman. He's mentioned there's weird shit happening in the town. It is snowing. It's out of season. It's very weird that it's snowing, but it is snow. And he shot and killed an air screamer. Tried to shoot and kill Harry. Luckily, he was a terrible shot. And now we're going to have a look around Alchemilla Hospital. And there's something very important here that we don't want to miss in order to get that eventual progress towards the UFO ending. We need to pick up some Aglophatus. Lazy Tiger, dude, I should know it, but what is the name of the track that plays during your break screen? Called Eternal Rest. Eternal Rest. It is the rank and result screen from the end of this game, Silent Hill 1. There's another little instance here. I mentioned when we were going through Midwich that there's sort of an order to examining things and reading very specific notes. So there's a book called The Monster Lurks that you have to read some bloody writing on the wall in the school that gives the title of the book. And if you don't look at that bloody writing, Harry won't actually read the book once you get to it. Similarly, there's a newspaper here, but there's an article that's been clipped out. We need to examine this newspaper with its missing article in order to read another newspaper and this missing article later on in the game. That'll happen once we get to the other side of Silent Hill, old Silent Hill, where the Kaufman side quest that we'll also have to complete takes place. Hey, Blue Satyr. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everyone is having a good night so far. And again, really appreciate everyone being here, chilling, hanging out, enjoying the stream, I hope. Hospital basement map. Okay, map or not, we know where we're going. Gonna need this key. Basement key. Very important to pick up this plastic bottle. We're going to need it to scoop up some agglophatus in the next room. And I'll kind of talk about what that is and why it's there, because it's a bit complicated. So here, will actually help if we grab the map, just so that I can kind of show what rooms are what. Grab that extra first aid kit as well. Grab our hospital map. Grab our first aid kit. Yeah, that's one of the problems with the Silent Hill soundtracks, and it's honestly like that for most of the games in the series. There's a lot of variations or entire songs that are just straight up missing from the official soundtracks, so Eternal Rest is one of those. It's out there in a lot of unofficial soundtrack compilations and stuff, but it's not on the original official soundtrack. So, open up our map and we can see this is the director's office. So that guy we met with the gun, Michael Kaufman, he's the hospital director. This is his office. And somebody kind of trashed it. The shelves are all messed up. Who did this? So somebody's been digging around in his office, opened up all the shelves, throwing books and shit everywhere. Someone tore up his office looking for something. Books are scattered around the desk. Nothing else special around here. Then we see a shattered glass vial. Not just broken, it looks smashed on purpose. So it wasn't just something that like accidentally fell and broke. Somebody found this. Someone tore up his office looking for it and then smashed it. So to give that a bit of context, we got to explain a lot of other stuff. Michael Kaufman, the director of this hospital, he's not a member of the Order. He's not like a member of the cult. But he does work with them because he's able to do business with them. So the Order, they use a lot of very particular things. They need a plant that grows only around Silent Hill called White Claudia in order to have it refined into a drug called PTV. They use it for rituals. They use it to drug and sort of bring new members in to their ranks. And Kaufman is able to use the hospital and his position as the director to do a lot of things for them, to help with the distribution of that drug, the PTV drug, as well as housing particular cult members, specifically Alessa. Once Alessa's soul was split, she needed to be taken care of. The cult couldn't let her die. She was too important. But they couldn't be public about it either. So she was kept underground in the basement of Alchemilla Hospital and was cared for in secret by a nurse named Lisa, under the supervision of Kaufman. So Kaufman, he knows about Alessa. He knows about the cult's rituals. He knows their plan to bring about this god by having it birthed through Alessa. And Kaufman, he's not a member of the cult. He doesn't necessarily believe in all this stuff, but he's lived in Silent Hill long enough. He knows that there is weird stuff going on in the town, and there is some truth to the things that the cult talks about and does. Never quite to the degree that things are happening now in the events of this game. Like, this is the most serious that it's ever gotten. that he's ever seen. Well, unless you count Origins, but again, who does that? So in this context, this is the most fucked up things have ever been as far as Kaufman knows. And he had already kind of set up an ace in the hole. He wanted to have a trump card. He wanted to have something that he could use just in case this whole thing with the cult and their god and ending human life actually panned out. He wanted to make sure he had a way to sort of stop that. So he did some research, and he found a substance called a glophytus. An glophytus can be used to expel demons. So Kaufman thinking, if they're trying to birth this demon, this god, through this little girl, and it actually starts to happen, it actually starts to work, that's bad for business. All of humankind ending, it's not good if you want to try to be a human that makes money. So he picks up some glophytus. But he realizes Dahlia knows about it. She knows that he has it. And she's going to be on the lookout for it. So he needs to hide it really, really well. And he needs to figure out a way to convince Dahlia that he does not have it. So, Kaufman takes his glophytus and he splits it. He has 2 vials of it. One of which he hides inside of a motorcycle in the gas tank with a bunch of other bullshit needed to get inside of it on the other side of town. That one is kept secret. With the remaining vial of a glophytus, he leaves it just only kind of hidden in his drawers or behind some books or something, but he leaves it in his office, someplace where the cult would come and look for it. So somebody from the cult, most likely Dahlia, because we get a voice line at the end of the game where she says, "I thought I got rid of that." So Dahlia comes going through his things, going through his office, trashing the place, trying to look through everything and find the glophytus. So Dahlia finds this vial of it and smashes it deliberately. Not just broken, smashed on purpose. So Dahlia takes this vial of glophytus, breaks it on the floor, and assumes that's it. That's all he had. Job well done. And that's what Kaufman was counting on. That Dahlia would think that he no longer has any glophytus. He doesn't have any way to stop the ritual from coming to fruition. Luckily for us, it's just smashed and sitting right here on his office floor. We just picked up a plastic bottle in the kitchen, so we can scoop some of this up. The remaining liquid is emptied into the plastic bottle. Now, what have we here? So that's kind of the explanation of glophytus, what it is, why Kaufman has it, why this is specifically here broken, and why we find more later. And all of this is necessary for the good plus ending. So we're working towards eventually getting the UFO ending, which requires a good plus ending playthrough. And for the good plus ending, we need to do 2 things. We need to save Sybil when she becomes possessed. We need to save her without killing her. And we need to find Kaufman's other supply of glophytus. So, those 2 things are key to working towards the UFO ending. We've got to do those 2 things. So, in order to save Sybil when we get to her, we need to have this glophytus on us. And then later on, once we get to the other side of Silent Hill, we will be able to find the other half of Kaufman's glophytus stash. The in-house generator powers elevators, ICUs, and operating rooms only. Push button. I love these sound effects. All of the, like, mechanical whirring noises. The boiler in the elementary school, and the elevator generator and stuff here. It's great. So this is going to be blocked. Jammed. Took me so long to figure out how to save Sybil when I was a kid. You and me both. You and me both. Who puts marinara in a motorcycle gas tank? That's jammed. Check the third floor. And then we have the magical fourth floor up here. So, I used to think, and this is kind of a good lesson, I think, for a lot of Silent Hill fans, myself included. This is a lesson I had to learn many times over the years. It's very easy to overanalyze a lot of aspects of these games. It's very easy to look at things and assume that there is a lot more to them than what is there. Because there are aspects of the game that are incredibly detailed, where there is a lot of subtext, and there is a lot of deliberate subtlety that requires more thinking. And sometimes something is there just to be creepy without any extra thought. So, for instance, the fourth floor. In Japanese culture, there's a lot of buildings and a lot of places where there is no fourth floor. Very similar to hotels and things in the West, will often skip the number 13. Like if you get in an elevator in a big hotel, a lot of times there will not be the number 13 or a 13th, quote-unquote, 13th floor that you can go to on the elevator. It'll go from 12 to 14. Because in Western culture, 13 is considered an unlucky number. In Japanese culture, the number 4 is considered very unlucky. The pronunciation for it can be said as shi, which is also a word meaning death. So, similarly, there's a lot of buildings and a lot of things where there is no fourth floor. Exactly. The floor is still there in a lot of the cases with those hotels. It's just not numbered as such, just because of cultural superstition. But just to put into context, I thought for a very long time that the fourth floor, being this extra floor that appears, had more significance to the Japanese developers that made this game. That they would see it as superstitious, as unlucky, as representing death. So I thought, you know, that's probably why it's the fourth floor. And then maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, I don't remember, some time ago, I tweeted at Masahiro Ito, the artist for Silent Hill, who did the monster design, famously designed Pyramid Head, as well as most of the other creatures. And he also designed the Otherworld locations for Silent Hill 1. So when you go to Otherworld Midwich, when you're here in Otherworld Alchemilla, all of these sort of locations, these are also all designed by Masahiro Ito. And Masahiro Ito, he's very active on Twitter, and he's got a pretty good grasp of English. So a lot of times you can tweet at him in English, and many times he'll answer your questions. He'll respond. So I just straight up asked him. I tweeted at him one time, and I was like, hey, you designed the 4th floor thing in Silent Hill 1 when you get to the other world. Was that significant because of Japanese superstition against the number 4? And he was like, no, it's just supposed to be weird. It's literally, that's it. It's just supposed to be weird. It was a floor that wasn't there, and now it is. Jesus Christ. Do you need a muzzle? Good Lord. Rachel's playing Dead by Daylight in the room with me, so she's losing her fucking mind. Sorry for any background noise and expletives. But yeah. Sometimes stuff is just creepy. Sometimes things in Silent Hill are just surface level, supposed to be weird. And it's very easy to overthink them a lot as a fan. And I've done that a lot. I've done that a lot over the years as a fan of these games. I love to analyze them. I love to kind of think about them too much. It's kind of what I do here. And as I said, my perspective has really changed over the years. The more interaction I've seen with Masahiro Ito, and the more I've read developer interviews and heard developer interviews, there's a lot of things that make sense, that they were just kind of the way that they were, and it was very easy for the fans to overthink them. For example, Silent Hill 2, the voice acting in Silent Hill 2. You look at a character like Angela. She's played by Donna Burke, a much older, female actress, very talented actress, but much older than the character was supposed to be. Angela's supposed to be 17, 18. Donna Burke at the time, I think, was in her 30s or 40s. But it gave Angela a more mature tone. For many, many years, a lot of fans were like, that was deliberate. It was to represent Angela's trauma, that because of all the abuse and everything that she had endured, she would have matured kind of beyond her actual age. But then there's an interview with Jeremy Blaustin, who was the translator and the person who did all the casting for Silent Hill 2. So he's the one who auditioned and casted all the actors and everybody who was in Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. And he was like, yeah, back in 2000, when we started making Silent Hill 2, English-speaking actors were few and far between in Japan. Donna Burke was already in Japan. She was already a talented voice actress, and she was the best person who auditioned for the part. That was it. There wasn't any more thought put into it, other than she was a good actress, and she was available. So it's very easy to look at a lot of things because they fit so well with the story and with the setting, and be like, oh, this was intentional. Oh, this is all very deliberate. But at the end of the day, they are still just games. It was still just developers doing the best they could within a time frame, and some things are not as deep as a lot of fans might think they are. Some things are just... Sometimes a creepy thing is just a creepy thing. Sometimes a voice is just the available voice they had. And it's easy to get into situations where you're thinking a little bit too much about it. But I think that's good. I think that's a good lesson and a good sort of element of perspective to have as a fan of these games. Sort of when it's appropriate to analyze something and read into subtext, and other times when a thing is just a thing and it doesn't require any further or deeper analysis. How are we doing on this? 45 and 4. I think we're pretty good with the shotgun for quite a while. A steel plate is screwed to the wall. Okay. That won't even be a solvable part of a puzzle until we revisit Alchemilla Hospital at the end of the game, when we're in the nowhere segment of the game, which is basically where reality just kind of collapses. Gonna need this blood pack. Never hurts to have more first aid. Probably won't need it, but we'll go ahead and grab some more handgun. Sound design is so good. Oh yeah, I absolutely love the sound design in these games. This one is just so heavy and industrial. And every game, like, for the most part, almost every game is done by Akira Yamaoka, doing the music and sound. And he really has very distinct sort of themes to how the soundtrack and how the ambient sound is put together for every game. Like, you can tell that all the games are done by the same guy. You can definitely tell Yamaoka's work apart from other musicians. But Silent Hill 1, the soundtrack and the ambient and everything is so unique to this game. Silent Hill 2 is very, very different. Silent Hill 3 is very, very different. Like, they all have soundtracks that are very, very fitting to the rest of the world and the rest of the visuals. Let's see. Make sure we've got our plate of the cat. We need to start collecting these colored plates for a puzzle coming up. You can also get some free health drinks out of this broken vending machine once you're in the other world. So now we're in the Otherworld director's office. Notice how even though everything's covered in like blood and rust, there's not stuff thrown everywhere. Also, audio jump scares. Silent Hill does a lot of those. If anything, that's the most common type of jump scare that Silent Hill games really use, at least in the originals, where it's just a sudden sound effect, a sudden noise in a place where you're not expecting it. The only jump scare. It's not the only one. There are definitely several rooms, even in just this game, where you just walk into the room and you hear the sound of like glass breaking, or the sound of like that one where it's kind of like concrete or bricks breaking, brown bricks, in Silent Hill. Isn't there one in the cafe? There's the air screamer breaking through the cafe. There is the body falling out of the locker in Midwich. But that's the thing. Like, even all of the ones that you can list for this game, it's very, very few and far between compared to a lot of more modern horror games where, as I said, you look at a game like Outlast, where it's just jump scare after jump scare after jump scare. That's the whole game's idea of scary, is here's the thing, it's very quick, it's very loud. Some games are built entirely around the genre of jump scares. That's where you get your Five Nights at Freddy's and stuff like that, where the whole thing is just distract you as much as possible by giving you a bunch of shit to do, and then thing is very loud and fast. Boy, isn't that scary. I don't know. For some people, I guess it is. I personally always loved horror more like this. More like this. I like the Silent Hill style psychological horror like that. You know, tense ambient sounds, long periods of buildup where you're not sure if something's going to happen, you're not sure if something's not going to happen, and then by the time you kind of stop thinking about it is when it finally throws something at you. Very few and far between, so it gives you enough time in between scares to get that buildup, to get that tension. Because if you just throw jump scare after jump scare after jump scare, eventually it becomes predictable, and you're just, it doesn't affect you. It affects you in that same basic way of like a reflex, you know? If you tap the little hammer on your knee, your leg is going to kick. It's just an involuntary reflex. The same way that a lot of games do that for horror. They play off of that involuntary reflex. Something moves very quickly in front of you and makes a very loud noise. You're going to react, whether you know it's coming or not. Door is locked. A sound is heard from beyond the door. We can hear Lisa's footsteps. We'll be meeting Lisa, and we'll talk more about her character in a little bit, but we've still got a lot of hospital to explore. So we've got 2 plates. What's the most recent horror game you've enjoyed, if any? Phasmophobia. Talking about jump scares and ways to do them well. Now, Phasmophobia, it's really lacking, obviously, like in story, which for me is usually kind of a big thing. But if a game can do what it's setting out to do really well, that can make up for a game like not having story for me. And with Phasmophobia, especially since the major updates from earlier this month, the sound design for Phasmophobia is some of the best that I've heard in horror games in general. There's no music. It's just ambient sounds. The sound of the floor creaking, the sound of your footsteps, the sort of ambient sounds where if you were just like standing in a house with no other sound going on, you would hear things. You'd hear the wind kind of blowing outside. There's rain, and you hear like the rain effects, the rain hitting the side of the house, the occasional lightning flash and thunderclap. Combined with like the creaking of the house that you're in. They're all unique. They're all distinct, like whatever house you're in Phasmo. The farmhouses or the street houses, they all sound very different. Coupled with the sounds of your equipment, the little whirring sounds of your camera, or the little occasional beep on your EMF reader. The little occasional bits of noise with your equipment, and then couple that in with the ghost sounds. Hearing the ghost footsteps, hearing the random little whooshes and voice clips, even more so when you hear them actually speaking through the directional microphone or through the spirit box. Excellent sound design. So it really does give you that build-up, that tension of going through a scary place, this scary environment with all these creepy things going on. You know there's a ghost, but you don't know what kind, you don't know what it looks like, you don't know what it sounds like until you investigate. And as you investigate and learn more, it ramps that creepiness up little by little until the point where you're actually seeing it or being hunted by it or hearing it directly. I think Phasmo is excellent. All right, Omaru. Have a great night. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you for hanging out. Yep, it's the tentacles who love to eat blood. We toss them a blood pack. And grab our plate of Hatter. I think I actually forgot one. Yep, the one that I always forget. The mock turtle, the blue one, which is on the other floor in one of the bathrooms. That's third floor. Yeah. Plate of turtle. We get that sudden breaking sound as we're leaving the room. Another one of those sort of built-up audio jump scares. Am I starting another Silent Hill franchise lore and storyline streams? Kind of. We are doing lore playthroughs. The main focus that we're doing today, tomorrow, and the day after are the UFO endings for Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. I'm going over the main story and plot and lore like I usually do, but this is also sort of a walkthrough of everything you have to do to get the UFO ending if you don't have any backup save files. So if you just bought the game, you just have a fresh memory card, you're starting from square one, first time playing the game, I'm covering everything you need to do from start to finish in order to get a UFO ending. So it will be multiple playthroughs. Right now we're still on the first new game playthrough where we need to go through and achieve the good plus ending. And then immediately after we finish this playthrough, I'm starting the Next Fear, the new game plus playthrough, and showing where you get the channeling stone, all of the places to use the channeling stone, and everything leading up to the actual UFO ending. So we're doing that this week. We're covering all the UFO endings, doing in-depth story playthroughs, and sort of an in-depth walkthrough of everything you have to do to achieve the UFO ending from the very beginning. If you've never played the game before and you don't have any save files or anything, all the stuff you got to do from start to finish. Does 4 have a UFO ending? It does not. 4 does not have any sort of joke ending of any kind. It was originally planned for Silent Hill 4 to have a UFO ending. People who have dug into the game files found unused icons for a blue gem and for some other things that were probably related to a UFO ending at one point. But that was all scrapped. So nothing that made it into the actual final game. So we've got a locked door with 4 square indentations. We have 4 square plates to be used on the door. A red plate of Queen, a green plate of Hatter, a blue plate of Mock Turtle, and a yellow plate of Cheshire Cat. We have all these Alice in Wonderland related plates. Queen of Hearts, Mad Hatter, Mock Turtle, and Cheshire Cat. And here is our poem, our clue for how to place them. So we need to look at the colors for each of these descriptive lines. So, clouds flowing over a hill would be white. Sky on a sunny day would be blue. Tangerines that are bitter would be orange. Lucky 4-leaf clover would be green. Violets in the garden would be purple. Dandelions along a path would be yellow. Unavoidable sleeping time, referring to night, would be black or lack of light. And liquid flowing from a slashed wrist would be blood red.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Who in the hell was that? An Eternal Enigma with the unavoidable resub time. Thank you so much, man. Very much appreciate the resub. Thank you, thank you. Am I playing on easy? I am playing on easy. We covered that at the start of the playthrough. Difficulty choices. I usually do easy for story playthroughs. Your difficulty doesn't matter in unlocking any items necessary for the UFO ending, and your difficulty selection will affect your New Game Plus playthrough. Because in this game, whatever difficulty you play through on New Game, when you continue from that playthrough to do your next Fear, your New Game Plus playthrough, it'll always be 1 step of difficulty harder. So if your normal first game playthrough is on easy, your New Game Plus will be on normal. If your first playthrough is on normal, your New Game Plus will be on hard. So it'll always be a step up. We had blue after the white clouds. We had green after the orange tangerines. Yellow dandelions along a path after the violets. It's just going around clockwise. Then red after the unavoidable sleeping time. Thank you again so much, Enigma, for the long time support. Always good to see you here, man. Bing, 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 bing. Literally just bought and started playing HD Collection for the first time. Wish I could start off with playing Silent Hill 1 first, but I don't have a hard copy of Silent Hill 1 for PlayStation 1 or a PC or PS3. I'm starting off with playing Silent Hill 2 for your first Silent Hill game playthrough. That is unfortunate. I know, like for a lot of people, not being able to play Silent Hill 1, you know, if you don't have a way to emulate it or get a copy of it, and then not being able to play any other version of Silent Hill 2 and 3 other than the HD collection. Unfortunately, that's the case for a lot of people. But just be aware, The HD collection is bad. It is a very bad representation of Silent Hill 2 and 3. There's a lot of stuff that's broken, a lot of stuff that's changed. Some dialogue is different, some glitches are there. There's different voice actors, different sound effects, a lot of things that are misplaced, sound effects that are not where they should be, textures that are not where they should be. There's a ton of problems with the HD collection. So I can understand you're limited as to what you have, ways to get these games. But if you ever have the opportunity, if you ever get it, even an old PC, like the Silent Hill PC games, emulating Silent Hill 1, playing the PC versions of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, those games were made to run on computers from the year 2000. Like, even an old shitty computer by today's standards would be more than enough to run the PC versions of those games, which is way better than anything you'll get out of the HD collection. Or, of course, if you can get the original consoles, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, be able to play Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. For Silent Hill 2, there's the original Xbox version. For Silent Hill 4, there's an original Xbox version as well. I would highly recommend, if you can get any other way to play those games, to try and go for it. Because, yeah, the HD collection, especially for a first playthrough, is just... it's just sad. It's just unfortunate. As said, I understand if you don't have any other method. Some Silent Hill is better than no Silent Hill, I suppose. But most fans would probably agree with me. If you have any other way to play the games, especially for a first playthrough, any other alternate to the HD collection would be preferred. Like a PlayStation 2 emulator running on your cell phone would be a better way to play Silent Hill 2 and 3. No joke. First aid. Gladly collect those. Probably don't even need them at this point, but you know. We'll get them for the sake of getting them. Alright, we got our hospital basement key just now. Hey, Seigaku. Oh, Harry. Aim at the one trying to stab you in the butt, not the one that's already falling down dead. It's a health drink. Body's laid out on the bed. Don't feel like checking this out now. Nope, not at all. Yeah, I feel you, Crook. If all you have is newer consoles, even with a PlayStation 1, getting a physical copy of Silent Hill 1 is not cheap. Not these days. Oh, I've almost used up all my shotgun. Let's do some handgun shooting. Nurses sound like you when you need to wake up early in the morning. Right? feel that. I am not an early morning person. Has the cult tried to do this with another person before doing this with Alessa? Not that is explicitly stated in any of the story. It's hinted that there are many other rituals and many other children that are sort of cultivated for those rituals. Silent Hill 4 kind of brings up that topic, where not only does Dahlia Gillespie have this plan of birthing the god through Alessa and this specific ritual going on, but Silent Hill 4 introduces the Wish House or Hope House orphanage that is run by the cult, where they are specifically raising children to perform rituals. So then you've got other similar rituals like the Descent of the Holy Mother and the 21 Sacraments, which is why Walter Sullivan is somewhat important when it comes to Silent Hill 4, because it's a very similar ritual. It's a way to sort of bring about their god, but it's a very different set of circumstances, different rituals. But the existence of that, the existence of the orphanage, gives, a little bit of insight that Alessa might not have been the first, and that the cult is sort of running all of these other rituals. They have all these other ways to try to bring about their god or similar things. Well, we gotta get through this metal grate. It's all covered in vines. Pour some alcohol all over it. Get those vines drunk. Make them nice and flammable. Vines burn away, and we can open up the grate and go through. So now we're getting into the basement level underneath Alchemilla, which is where Alessa was kept. Because after they tried performing the ritual on Alessa, something went wrong. Alessa wound up very badly burned. Again, depending on your interpretation of the story, a couple of different events may have occurred. Either Alessa was burned as a part of the ritual, or what I personally believe is that she was burned accidentally through a boiler explosion and subsequent fire. But either way, Alessa winds up very badly burned. Please stop. And she needs to be kept alive. She's too important to the cult. She's too important to their ritual. She's too important to Dahlia. So Alessa needs to be kept alive after being very badly burned and after splitting her soul in two. And Alessa was kept right down here in the basement of Alchemilla Hospital.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
And there she is. Alessa. There's the examination room key that we need. A bed? What's it doing here? Who would sleep in a bed? else. Harry doesn't want to comment on anything else in here. This is one of the things that I really like about Silent Hill 3. So, in Silent Hill 3, you revisit a lot of these areas as Heather, and Heather herself is Alessa, reincarnated. So, right now, we can only explore so much. Harry only barely says anything about what's in this room, because he doesn't really know. He doesn't know the extent of it. He doesn't know Alessa, he doesn't know her history, he doesn't know how significant the room itself is, and the things in it. When we revisit this room in Silent Hill 3, as Heather, with Alessa's memories, she has a lot to say about the stuff in these rooms. I always loved that about Silent Hill 3. I wish there would have been more of that in Silent Hill 3, where you're sort of retracing Harry's footsteps, but you're getting a lot more insight from Heather/Alessa's perspective. Ouch. That knife is sharp, lady. Please stop it. Please do not stab me. And a bloody videotape. Nothing on the label. The Black Spine video. Found on the second floor, hospital basement. How to arrange a funeral. What really happens? So, before we go meet Lisa, we got our key, we got everything we need to go back to her. Let's go try to watch this tape. Sorry, Seigaku, but no links to anything emulated or anything like that in my chat, please. If somebody needs that, they can whisper you or you can message them outside of that, but... yeah, because of copyright things, I need to be careful and watch my ass. So, no links to emulation. Let's go room 302. Good old room 302. A very significant room in Silent Hill 4. In Silent Hill 1, it is just the hospital room that has a VCR. Let's see what's on the Black Spine video. What is Silent Hill Evil Town for Android? Nothing official, I can tell you that. Okay, so we get a little bit of dialogue there, but it's mostly cut up. Like, we don't get the full tape. We don't really know what's on it yet. But we do hear Lisa's voice. A small portion of dialogue. Later on, we'll get a chance to watch more of that tape. But for now, we get to go meet Lisa herself. Kind of. We'll talk about that after this.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No? Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's... Damn! My head.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness. Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
So again, we've got Dahlia feeding us more false information. I explained earlier when we were going through Midwich, Seal of Metatron, it is not the mark of Samael. It is not bringing about the other world or the darkness. It's the exact opposite. The other world is spreading. It's outside of Alessa's control. She's not controlling it. Alessa is actively trying to stop it. She's trying to keep it from happening. And she's placing the Seal of Metatron all around town to try to keep the darkness, to try to keep the other world from spreading any more than it has. But she does leave us behind the antique shop key, the Green Lion antique shop. So we've got our next place to go and investigate. She got no shoes on. Yeah, the no shoes thing is pretty common in a lot of Wiccan and spiritual belief systems, especially ones based around nature. Having your shoes off and having your feet directly on the ground, supposed to represent being closer to Earth, closer to nature, not having anything between where you stand. Yeah, and Dahlia's very distinct tie that weirdly makes a comeback in Shattered Memories on a teddy bear. Looks like something out of Harry Potter. And I'm just gonna take a moment because internet is dying and I'm dropping lots of frames. Like, the internet's actually hitting 0. And then coming back up, and I'm dropping like thousands of frames now. Cool. Hopefully it'll smooth out. It's been dipping here and there throughout the stream. This is the worst it's been. But we'll take a moment and see if it passes. I'm assuming I'm still live. People are spamming F. No, it's still struggling. Audio is fine. I mean, I just literally am standing still on the video. I'll leave it like that so you can see Harry. Image shouldn't be just like stuck. Yeah, of course. Nonoya. This will all be archived and added to the Twitch playlist. So it'll all be in the Twitch archive. Okay. It seems like it's mostly stable now. I'm still getting a little bit of dip here and there. See, just because you guys are saying it's stable, and it's been stable for a while, I'm looking at OBS. I'm watching my bitrate go from 5,000 to 4,000 to 2,000 to 200, and then back up. So I have to go by what I'm looking at, not just what you guys are seeing on a delay. Also, that was enough of a frame drop that a lot of people's streams may be lagging behind now, so I would say refresh. And we'll try to move on. Hopefully it's more stable.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Food Pyramid, thank you so much for the 43 months. Welcome back. Very much appreciate that long time sub and support. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we've got our antique store key. Let's move on. Let's hope the internet doesn't tank. Hey, pretty cool, Dan. Sometimes feel the Silent Hill 1 doesn't get enough credit compared to Silent Hill 2 and 3. Of course, the sequels are very good, but the original still holds up. I agree. Personally, I do still prefer Silent Hill 2 and 3 over Silent Hill 1. But I still feel like Silent Hill 1 is an incredibly well-made game. Especially for its time. Obviously, a lot of things about it are more dated and stuff when looking at it now, but in the context of when the game came out and where kind of technology and horror was at that time, I still think this game is an absolute survival horror, psychological horror classic. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. You want to push the cabinet? Yes. It's been a little while since we have seen Sybil, Officer Sybil Bennett.
What's this?
So, time to see her, catch up with what's going on.
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air. What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Sybil's a bad cop. She's a good person. She means well. But she's a terrible police officer. Random civilian? Give him a gun. Suspicious situation? Yeah, sure, let him go first. Like, doesn't even put up a fight. But we do start getting kind of our introduction to one of the major subplots of this game that a lot of people easily overlook. And that is the drug ring. So I mentioned it earlier when we were going through Alchemilla about Michael Kaufman, the director of Alchemilla Hospital. He's not a member of the Order, but he does work with them. One of the things that he does is help them distribute drugs, a particular drug called PTV. And PTV is made from a plant that only grows around Silent Hill called White Claudia. Now, White Claudia and the PTV drug are used by the cult for all sorts of stuff. They're used in rituals, they're used in drugging and kidnapping people to induct into the cult or to use as parts of rituals. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. So that's one of the things that are kind of going on. One of those things that's going on aside from the main plot line with Alessa is Kaufman helping out the Order with distributing and processing these drugs, and a lot of that plays into his whole involvement, why he knows the stuff he knows, why he's working with the cult and not a member of the cult, and why Sybil is aware that there is something going on with drugs in the town. Lisa mentions it when we were leaving as well, and she talks a little bit about how, you know, the underlying drug trade is a thing that people know about. It's kind of become public knowledge to some extent. People don't really talk about it, you know, super openly, but people are aware of it. But it's a little bit more of what's going on, and they kind of start throwing you little pieces of that subplot now, with Sybil bringing that up. We'll make a stop later on at the police station, and there's a little bit of info that we get about that there. And then, we'll kind of talk about it more as it comes up. But it's one of those interesting kind of subplots to this game that that doesn't always come up super often.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Maybe. Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. There's your PTV, your White Claudia. Also an axe. Gotta have your ritualistic hand axe. And some very appropriate graffiti on the wall here. No God. Or maybe Ho God. Maybe God's a freak.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
Harry,
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
you were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult.
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
So people involved in the development of the town dying mysteriously. The cult itself sort of being known but covered up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. Could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. So aside from getting a little bit of backstory there from Lisa, not only do we have a very interesting transition to the other world, Harry, it's one of the only times where we see somebody physically moved away in reality. Where he goes into the hole, goes to the other world, Sybil follows in right behind him, doesn't see him. But then when he's put back in to reality after his sort of dream sequence with Lisa, we're right back where we were. This is still the antique store, just the fucked up otherworld version of it again. Not to mention, we have all this giant seal of the Metatron, once again in an area that is part of the other world, but still safe. Another clue that Alessa is using these seals in order to keep parts of the town safe, to keep the other world from spreading, and to keep the nightmare from overtaking. But her power is starting to weaken, so they're starting to be less and less effective. We get our first couple of clues about Lisa as well. When we first encounter Lisa in Alchemilla, we find out a little bit of her situation, kind of who she is, but it's strange that she doesn't leave. She decides to stay inside the hospital. The only other times that we see Lisa and we talk to her are either in the hospital directly or through these sort of weird dream sequences where Harry's not really there physically talking to her. Everything's got that weird, blurry, dreamy filter over it. So these are our first clues that Lisa is not necessarily what she seems. And of course, we'll talk more about Lisa when we finish out the rest of her storyline towards the end of the game. You can see even when you save the game here, it's still the antique shop. But now, oh god, Romper, slap him in the face. Kick him in the butt. Kick him in the butt. Now we've got the town, a big chunk of the town being affected by the other world. Even the creatures look different. The dogs now have their heads, they're very worm-like. Like a big cluster of worms making up the dogs' heads. And the roads and everything are all completely collapsed away, which forces us to go through the Silent Hill Mall, the town center. But I love the way the enemy designs change as the nightmare sort of gains more and more influence. And honestly, it's one of those things that I was reminded a lot of this effect with the enemies sort of changing over the course of the game when I was playing through Bloodborne, where the more insight you have, it will actually change the appearance of things. So you may see an enemy early in the game when you have little to no insight, and it'll appear differently later on if you've got a lot of insight. One of those just really cool effects. I love when games can do that in kind of a clever way. And yeah, so there used to be These electronic stores called Virgin Megastores. This is our Silent Hill version, the Vestal Gigastore. Our legally distinct Don't Sue Us Please version. Nothing unusual, just a giant stack of big TV monitors.
Cheryl!
We get some audio and some video of Cheryl. Again, this is Alessa's way of sort of keeping Harry moving forward. She desperately needs Harry's help. And there's Alessa herself appearing on the monitors, along with seals of the Metatron, again in an area where there are no enemies. Alessa doing her best to try to protect this place, to protect Harry. And then some other symbols, which coincide with the doors that we will see at the end of the game in the nowhere area, where there's the door of Haggith and so on and so forth. These symbols all coincide with those doors, which is based on a real thing. The Olympian spirits in demonology. I always forget about this one. It's one of those things I can never just keep in my head, off like the top of my head. But yeah, the Olympian spirits, which are Aratron, Bethor, Phaleg, Ak, Haggith, Ophiel, and Fool. And all of the symbols, all of those names, words, represent 7 spirits, Olympian spirits, or demons. Seven figures, essentially. And they all have symbols that coincide with who they are. So that's the symbols that we're seeing on these monitors. And that's why we see their names on the doors in Nowhere later on as well. It's almost like Alessa chose Harry to come save her when she became Cheryl. But see, that's kind of the thing. She didn't really become Cheryl. She split her soul in 2. Alessa still existed. She was in a coma, in a nightmare, in a room under the hospital. But she split her soul in 2, and that other half of her soul became Cheryl. And Cheryl had her own life, her own will. She was raised by Harry and loved Harry as her adopted father. But now that Cheryl is essentially a part of Alessa again, and that Alessa has control over that half of her soul again, now that she's returned to Silent Hill, that influence from Cheryl's experiences with Harry are probably why Alessa feels that Harry could be the one to help her, could be the one to put an end to all this. She trusts him. Cool little detail here. So we're about to encounter a boss that's like a large centipede type creature. We can see some smaller versions of that same centipede, the Silent Hill town centipede. There's smaller versions of it chewing on a corpse over there. And you can actually aim and shoot them if you're close enough. There it is. Got one. Once you get too far forward, the ground falls away, so I'm trying not to get to that point. There we go. Take that, centipedes. Let's get our shotgun ready, and let's go deal with the large centipede known as the twin feeler. Ooh, baby, that clean one cycle. Get that hunting rifle. And off it goes. Already? So that's essentially the speedrun strat for dealing with twin feeler. Normally it'll pop up out of the ground just long enough for you to get a shot or two at it, and then it'll go back in the ground, and you just kind of have to keep dodging it whenever it pops out of the ground and shooting it until it goes away. But at the start of the fight, it puts you about here, and I did a back hop in order to manipulate where the twin feeler comes out of the ground the first time. By positioning yourself like this, the twin feeler will come up in a way that it'll move across this metal grate. And as long as it's on top of this metal grate, it can't burrow back into the ground, so you have more time to shoot it. And it gave me just enough time to turn around quickly, start firing while backing up and taking shots so that I could do enough damage to it before it burrows into the ground. It's honestly like kind of a precise strat. It's not like the most precise thing, but it does take some practice to get down. But yeah, that's the one of the fastest ways, or the fastest way to deal with that boss. And as said, I was excited about it because I haven't really run this game a whole lot in the past couple years. So getting a clean one cycle fight on this boss, very satisfying. And notice it didn't die. It is not dead. It crawls back up out of the ground, and it smashes out the door, and it leaves. So, much like a caterpillar, it's going to go make a cocoon, and it's going to hatch into a beautiful butterfly known as the float stinger. So we'll have to deal with that in a little while. Attention to detail is everywhere in these games. Oh yeah, and speaking of attention to detail, this is one of my favorite details in the game. This is a great place to kind of talk about this effect. I talked about it a little bit earlier in Midwich, when we're on the roof of Midwich and you can see the rain has a different effect when it lands on the concrete versus when it lands on the metal grate. The fact that this is a PlayStation 1 game from 1999 doing dynamic rain effects on different textures is an insane level of visual detail for the time period. So we have this rain effect coming down. It's hitting the asphalt and leaving these little ripples on the wet ground. It's hitting the dirt and the sand and leaving a little wet spot that then fades away, gets absorbed into the rest of the dirt and sand. And then you have it landing on the metal grate over here, where it collects on the metal grate until the droplets get big enough to drip down from the bottom. All happening all at once, all at the same time. It might be a relatively little thing to most people, but this kind of attention to detail with something like a rain effect is practically unheard of. I don't know any other PlayStation 1 games that do this, and even modern games a lot of times won't put that much detail into like rain hitting a surface. Again, I have to bring it up. Silent Hill Downpour, a game where the main theme is rain, does not have as good of a rain effect as this PlayStation 1 game that came out 14 years earlier. Just think about that. Just something to think about. Also, just the visuals of this section of the game. The town, when it's like almost full nightmare. What are these windmills? They're just these big, long windmills that are delving down into complete nothingness. It's just this void everywhere below you. Visually very impressive. Wind-powered demons. Yeah, we're getting kicked in the face by some wind-powered demons. We gotta go. Oh, but I can't go past this. I gotta show the celebrity cameos. Gotta see our Silent Hill 1 celebrity cameos. So we're here at the Silent Hill Theater. There's a couple of movies showing. In this theater, if you look there at the top of the screen, there's Harrison Ford starring in a movie called Shoot. It's literally the cover of Indiana Jones. Like, that is just straight up Harrison Ford. That is Indiana Jones. And the movie's just called Shoot. And showing on the other screen, over here, is my other favorite movie, Crusher Dan, starring Bruce Willis. There he is. Harrison Ford and Bruce Willis in Silent Hill 1. It's literally the cover of Die Hard 2. They MS painted a little bit of hair onto Bruce Willis. But otherwise, that background, that fiery background, that facial expression and pose, that's Bruce Willis. That's Die Hard 2. And the movie's called Crusher Dan. And then there's whatever this is on the middle screen. I have not been able to figure out what exactly that is. It's called Ezekiel. The title of it is Ezekiel. But I can't tell what that image is. I've seen the texture ripped. I've looked at it up close. And I still can't tell what the fuck it is. But hey, Crusher Dan, starring Bruce Willis, and Shoot, starring Harrison Ford. I mentioned the Seal of Metatron losing its sort of potency over the course of the game. You can see now we find the Seal of Metatron around town. Alessa is still placing it, trying to suppress the other world, keep it from spreading. But now, for the first time, it's in a place where there are also enemies, so we can see that it's losing its power. Alessa is weakening, and as she gets weaker, so does the Seal of Metatron. Alchemilla. Again, the music here. Just all these crazy dissonant chords. Akira Yamaoka just sitting on his keyboard. Oh yeah. And the most important place in all of Silent Hill, just cats. It's just cats. Nothing here but cats. Alessa, she's not a fan of dogs. She's scared of dogs. That's why there's dog monsters. But she's good with cats. She likes just cats so much, she put 2 Seals of Metatron on this one. She really didn't want the other world to fuck up just cats. Take the rest of the town, destroy everything else, but please, please protect just cats. Let's go have another talk with Lisa. Maybe get some more information.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
So Lisa gives us a little bit of insight on where to go, how to get to the other side of Silent Hill, the waterworks, which everybody's favorite part, the sewer level. But then we also get a little more info about Lisa there. How she doesn't feel right, and she feels like she has to stay here because she can't really go anywhere else. She's very strongly tied to the hospital. Again, those who know the story or have seen my other playthroughs, you already know what the deal is with Lisa, but I'll talk more in depth about it once we kind of conclude Lisa's story towards the end of the game. Does Harry realize what the Seal of Metatron does by the end? I don't recall. Not really. Even by the end of this game, Harry still doesn't really know what's going on. Based on his writings that we read in Silent Hill 3, he didn't really figure out a lot of what was going on until the years after he leaves this town. After the end of this game, and he leaves, he sort of starts piecing things together after the fact. But by the end of the game, he's still fairly clueless. Good music here, too. I love the progression of it. You get that little fading in and out bass line. Dun, 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 dun. Then we get that drum coming in under it now once you leave the gates. Boom, 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 boom. And then as you start making your way over to the stairs, the only way to go. But like I said, we were dealing with the twin feeler, the centipede, the big centipede caterpillar type creature, and it escapes after your fight with it. Well, just like a Pokemon, it has evolved. And now it is a float stinger. So a little bit of a tip for this fight. Every time you deal damage, every time you shoot Float Stinger, it has iframes. So you see like a little splatter of blood? See that purple spray? The whole time that purple spray is on the screen, Float Stinger has iframes. It is completely invulnerable. So if you're just spamming shots like this, a lot of those shots are not doing damage. The first one does damage, and then the follow-up shots, until the spray is gone, is not doing any damage. So what you want to do is try to shoot once, strafe out of the way, and then shoot again. That way, you'll consistently dodge attacks, and you won't be wasting ammunition on shots that don't do damage. And it makes a Godzilla noise when you kill it. Because Mothra? It also almost fucking killed me. When Mothra is defeated, Masuda, yeah. Masuda, yeah. And for a brief moment, the other world has been pushed back. Some of the nightmare has lifted. And we can go to the waterworks, the sewers that Lisa mentioned, to try to get to the other side of town. This is also one of the few times in the game where it actually takes you where you need to go without making you physically run there. You just have to run this far. You just have to get as far as the drawbridge. And the game is like, okay, you don't have to run all the way back. It just shows you your map, like, here you are, you're back at this place, next to Midwich Elementary. This must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. So it just kind of brings you back here. Door's locked. The lock is worn out. I may be able to break it if I hit it hard. Oh, we're gonna hit it hard, Harry. Hit it as hard as you've got. Shake that booty. Shake it. Shake it. A couple more times. All right. See, at one point I had an animated booty shaking emote, but Twitch decided that that was just way too sexy, and it got removed, so... Feel free to use your own booty emotes. I still have a stationary booty emote, But making it shake around was just too hot for Twitch. And here's the part of the game where I have very little to say. The ambient sounds are pretty cool, I guess. And the enemies remind me of CG Reptile from the first Mortal Kombat movie. These guys. It's Reptile. It's just straight up Reptile from Mortal Kombat. From the first Mortal Kombat movie. When he's a really bad CG lizard thing. Before he crawls into a statue and turns into a ninja. But otherwise, it's a sewer level. And I just always want to sprint through it. Because it's just a big sewer. It's a big confusing maze with lots of lizards in it. Those lizards are called scratchers, by the way, and it's another dinosaur reference. Dinosaurs that Alessa was afraid of, sort of appearing as air screamers and as the scratchers here. What do you think they could have done that would have made the sewers more bearable? Put some puzzles in. Have something where you're like solving puzzles, changing where the water flows, opening up different pathways. Make those different pathways and different waterways look visually different. Maybe a boss fight or a little bit more enemy variety. Some unique, more unique creatures. Like the scratchers are fine, but yeah, otherwise it's just a lot of halls and walkways that look identical, and you're just sort of running through. Like, there's not really a whole lot of reason to stop and look around and analyze stuff. The environments are... This is the least interesting environment in the game. At least for me. Yeah, see, we got more of the little bug things from Midwich down here as well. Yeah, that's probably some level of my disdain for this part as well. Bucking Devil. Because, yeah, it's not the scariest part of the game. I guess some of the ambient sounds and stuff are kind of creepy, and again, it's your introduction to the scratchers as far as enemies go. But my first time playing this game and playing it a lot back in the day, I always got lost in the sewers and kept winding up in dead ends, and then backtracking to places where I've already been and getting into dead ends again. Now, like, even knowing how to get through this area, like, quickly, efficiently, it still just emphasizes kind of how uninteresting the whole area is. Because, like, Think about like Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 kind of has a sewer level, but not really. It has the labyrinth, which is confusing and maze-like, but there's stuff to it. There's interesting parts to it. There's individual little rooms with different things in it. Different parts of the labyrinth are like ankle deep water. Some parts are like waist deep water. You can find pyramid heads like torture chamber. Pyramid Head himself is stomping around. If you get lost in the wrong part of the labyrinth, you can run right into Pyramid Head. There's stuff like that in Silent Hill 2 in the labyrinth. These sewers desperately needed something like that. Homecoming is best sewer? God. Backtrack for the sake of backtracking. And having to wait on L to open up doors for you. Everybody's two favorite things, sewers and escort missions. Yeah, just put them together, Homecoming. Just put them together for a segment that's way too long. Skipped Silent Hill Homecoming? Is it considered better than The Room? Not by most fans. Most fans consider Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4 like the good ones. And then everything after 4 is a big pile of everything else. Not all fans. Not all fans. There's plenty of people who love Homecoming, love Downpour, love Origins, Shattered Memories. There's even people who I'm sure think Book of Memories is an amazing experience. You shut up. I will throw things at you. You're in throwing range. But yeah. And even though I don't like pretty much most of the Western games, there are still positive things I can say about all of them. Some more than others. But, you know. As far as the majority of fans, usually there's a big gap between the first 4 games and then all the games after 4. Because the first 4 games were made, for the most part, by the same people. It was a lot of the same artists. Akira Yamaoka doing music and sound. Even when they changed up writers and directors, Hiroyuki Owaku was there for 1 and 3, and he did a little bit of consultation stuff for like 2 and 4. You had like Jeremy Blaustein doing the casting and localization stuff for 2 and 3 and 4. So there's all those kinds of things keeping the first 4 games relatively consistent. There's a level of quality to them and a level of polish to them because it was predominantly the same people working on them. But then Team Silent was disbanded after 4. A lot of them left Konami. A lot of them went and worked on completely different projects. A lot of them got out of the game industry altogether. And Konami just started giving the Silent Hill license to like whoever would make a game, whoever could do it cheaply. So they're like, Climax Studios, you do a game, and we got Origins. They're like, Double Helix, you do a game, and we got Homecoming. You know, it just kind of went on like that, where it was just like whoever Konami could get. You know what broke Team Silent up? Combination of things. A lot of the team probably wanted to move on to different things. Some of them went off and started working on other major projects. I think that was... oh God, who was it that went on to do like Siren? Keiichiro Toyama. So Keiichiro Toyama, who was one of the original members of Team Silent. After Team Silent disbanded, he went on and he did Siren Blood Curse, and a bunch of other stuff. Gravity Rush. Remember Gravity Rush? But part of it was Konami breaking up the team and wanting to shift a lot of their game production overseas. They could commission it out to different studios for cheaper than doing it in-house. Some of the team just wanted to leave on their own. They wanted to go start other projects. As said, some of them moved on to different careers outside of the gaming industry. So it was a lot of different factors. Let's get this sewer exit key. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Oh my god! Reptile. Alright, see you later. Welcome back, Dragon Slayer. We are still on the new game run. And again, for anybody who got here later in the stream and doesn't know what exactly I'm doing or what we're going through today, I am showing not only just a story playthrough of Silent Hill 1, but we're focusing on the UFO ending and all of the requirements that are necessary to achieve the UFO ending. If you were playing from no save files and there goes the internet, my bitrate's down to 200. Hell yeah. Bitrate 0. Is the internet just dead? I'm just at a flat 0 now, dropping shit tons of frames.